know this. Welcome to Crazy Friday. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, we got a good one for you today. We do have a good one, and I'm not very happy about this good one, but it is Friday. Happy Friday, everybody, and welcome to my show. Burning 47 in the house. I see you jump in there and just beat everybody down. My man, how you doing, big bro? It's good to see you on here. I know you're waiting for the Friday night craziness. I've been busy all day. Believe it or not, I tried to take a nap. It didn't happen. The mother-in-law came in and decided that she needed a favor. Had to go do it. I got to be a good boy. And I just had some errands to run today, and I've been busy just with all the stuff around the house here. But I did finally do my taxes. And boy, am I excited about the taxes. I like to take care of things myself. And I didn't want to say anything until I actually did my taxes. Now, I don't do my taxes like everybody else. Maybe you guys some other things to do. But I'm actually excited about mine. It's been a while. It's been a while. Let's see what else we got. Craig Mill says, "Have you been able to assimilate back into our culture, experiencing any problems?" I'm missing the question mark, but I will just put the question mark there for you. Oh, Wild and Fresh is in the house. My best campaign supporter for the Dennis Herrera show, alongside with our big brother, Cool Cat Renee. Robert, how's it going? I see you. Glad that heart is still pumping for Christ. Welcome, welcome, my brother. We're always thinking about you. Well, guys, the first thing that I want to talk about is a little bad experience that I had today with one of my kids. My last son, my last boy. You have to understand something. My kids, whether people want to believe it or not, my kids are actually good kids. They're really good kids. And today I was driving down, running errands, like I said, and I was driving down with my mother-in-law, and I saw these high school kids by my son's high school, but I didn't notice my son was there at all, so I didn't pay much attention. But I gave him a thumbs down because it said F ICE. They're starting to protest. It's like a group of maybe 12 kids, and I'm like, what the heck? This thing happened. It came all the way down here to where I live, and I don't like it. I don't like it. So with that being said, I didn't think anything of it, and then I get home, and I came to find my son was out there protesting, and I come home, and my brother-in-law tells my mother-in-law tells my wife, and my wife tells me that he was out there protesting. Now, my son is a good kid. My son is he's 15, right, man? 15, 16 already? Yeah. So he's 16 years old, and he's a good kid. He has a good heart. He's very friendly. He has lots of friends. Sometimes people pick on him. He's very gentle, and so he went out there and protested with them. So he says, and it pissed me off right away. And it's just like, I just got done telling you before you went to school in the morning, I better not see you doing that. That is stupid. Now, I got to say, as a bad dad, as a bad father, I don't really want to deal with it myself. I had a hard time trying to put myself together to come in here and try to teach him a lesson. And so I went in the room and I told him, I said, I don't want you doing this, blah, blah, blah. And, he's very emotional, just like me. And being that he's a good kid, I believe him when he says stuff. And so my wife's told me, he's like, hey, why don't you go get some pizza for the kids and have a talk. Have a talk with your son. And I was like, man, I'm trying to take a nap. Can I take a nap? Nobody lets me take a nap. I'm trying to freaking take a nap, and I'm getting angry. I'm getting very upset that I'm not taking a nap. And so my wife finally convinces me, and then we go grab some pizza. And on the way there, we're talking, and he says, "Hey, Dad," he says, "I noticed that those kids, he said, I'm so sorry I went to it, They just asked me if I will go with them, and I was trying to be nice. And you know what, Dad? I didn't like what they were saying. He said I didn't like the way they were behaving, and I said that's because you're a good kid. That's because you're going to be a great man when you get older. See, you have conviction. They don't have conviction. They are rebellious. They're disrespectful. And I said, and you're not that. I said, you're very respectful. You're very loving. You're very kind. You have a good heart. And you have to understand, this is the difference between them and us. I said, you have to understand something. We have to protect our country. The United States of America is our country, and we got to defend it. And one way that we do that is by following the law and making sure that others follow the law. And so he was telling me that they were cussing and, they were just being disrespectful. But he said a lot of people were honking at them. And normally honking means support that, or it could be the opposite. The point is that he pointed out that he says, Dad, look what they had. And they showed me a picture. He says they put the American flag upside down. I think that's disrespectful. And I said, it is. That's right. And they have no right to do that. He said, you have to understand we have a freedom of speech, son, but we have to be responsible with it. I'm not going to go tell your teacher to F off. That's disrespectful. As much as the right of freedom of speech you have, there's areas where you need to watch your mouth. You need to be respectful. See, we have this thing called moral grounds. We don't want to just mouth off to everybody. We get upset, we get hurt. That's when maybe we say some stuff. But we're not just going to walk up to somebody's face in public and start going off and F you and this and that and get on their face and get all confrontational and think, oh, it's my freedom of speech. No, your freedom of speech is going to get you an ass whooping. That's what your freedom of speech is going to get you. And I said, do you understand the difference, son? He says, yes, Dad, I don't use those words. He's like, sometimes I curse when I get hurt and I get mad, like you said, but I don't go calling people those names. And I said, well, that's because you have conviction. You're a good kid. Don't worry about it. I said, but I don't want you to do that. I want you to just, concentrate on learning how to write, read, and math. And that's what I want you to understand. And then we can learn history together. It's all good. I'm telling you, right now, I am this close to taking my kids out of school and homeschooling. If I had more patience to be able to teach them, I would. That's what makes me a bad father, I think. So we went and got some pizza. We grabbed that, and it's just upsetting. He's like, Dad, we're in the United States of America, and why are they holding the Mexican flag? And I said, that's a very good question, son. So tell me this. Let me ask you a question. I said, what country are we in? He said, the United States of America. Okay, what flag should we be waving? He says, the American flag. That's right. You know why? Because you're American. See, other people that come from other countries, they're not going to respect your country. You have to respect your country. And you got to set the example. Do you understand? And he says, yes, I understand. And he apologized. And I said, you don't have to apologize, son. I know you're a good kid. I said, but don't be doing that, okay? If the teacher tells you to go do that, you let me know and I'll go talk to your teacher. Because I was this close. I know it's Friday. I was this close, man, to just getting back up and go to the school and just make an ass out of myself. Because that's what I would have done. All right. Now that's one bad part of the day. The good part of the day is you guys saw my shorts. I see a lot of you guys commenting on those, and I appreciate it. Thank you for that. The Save America Act has passed. Now, a lot of Democrats said that it wouldn't pass, but it did. It did pass. Pizza guy's in the house. Hey, Brian, how are you, brother? I see you. Good evening, Dennison family. That conversation did not happen, says Robot Boy. Babe, they don't, some of the libtards and haters that come into my channel, they don't believe that I had a talk with my son about that protest. This is the kind of people I get in here, I tell you. Robot Boy, my wife is laughing at your ass. Dennis, Pizza Guy says a $5 minimum super chat. Doesn't Trump mouth off all the time? He's an adult and gets upset Yes, righteously. Righteously so. And also says our country is not great. He doesn't say our country is not great, but we want to make our country great again. Make America great again. That's what it's all about, and that's what we are pushing for. Brothers, man, and Roberts is saying hi, Brian. He actually said things unlike the last president who did it, who hid in the basement, says Burning 47. There's your reply right there, Mr. Pizza Guy. But the Save America Act has passed, and I think it's a good step forward, at least. If it's not the best idea, it's a good step forward. I come to think of it, when I was, and I'm going to talk about my taxes here in a little bit. When I was, when I was thinking about it, I'm like, it's kind of like it's kind of like I didn't know that that the retirees, our senior citizens, were getting taxed on Social Security. And I thought, why would they tax Social Security for retirement? Like, why would you tax that? That we it shouldn't be taxed. It shouldn't be taxed at all. But whatever. And so I was glad that the big beautiful bill added that on there. Well, I guess we're just going to jump into my taxes after this. And so I find the same way with voter ID. Sweetheart, can you open that door? It's freaking hot in here. Just let the cold air in. And I found that, like, wait a minute, why? I mean, when I go vote, when I go voting, I use my license. And I thought that they just by my name they would just know that I'm an American citizen. Well, I told Brian when I was coming back from Honduras that normally we come to the international airport and then we check and we show our passport, our American passport, and then they scan it and then they see the picture, they verify it, blah blah blah. This time, you just stand in front of this camera, it scans you, and it knows. It knows that you're an American citizen. So here we go. I didn't know that people were voting without IDs. I thought this was just crazy talk. I thought, maybe crazy MAGA Republicans are just making up stuff. This is what Pizza Guy says about us all the time. It already passed the Senate, Pizza Guy. You're behind it. It's like the whole thing is like, Democrats, they think that the Republicans are always making these lies up. And I'm like, there's no way that somebody can vote without an ID, and when you find little, investigations that 10,000 people here, illegal people, voted. Oh, it's just 10,000. Oh, they won the election by over 100,000. And then you find another 10,000 somewhere else that were doing fraud. And then you go to another blue city, Oregon, California, and you go to these blue cities and states, and they just, for some reason, it doesn't matter how bad they perform, they always win. I don't understand. Billions of dollars go wasted, and you're going to tell me that the majority of the people, the majority of the American citizens in these blue cities and states are still voting for Democrats? You got to be kidding me. The same Democrats that are over here crying out loud, oh, you should fire Pam Bondi as doing a horrible job. Oh, you should fire Kash Patel. Oh, he's doing a horrible job. And shut the hell up. Why don't you say that about these governors and mayors that keep screwing up our cities and our states? And you don't say they should be fired. You keep voting them in. I want to know why. Why do you keep voting them in? Robert, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You know what? I'm not able to hit the hold on. Let me sign into a browser chat. I don't know why my software chat does not connect. Give me a second. I want to be able to recognize that you guys gave me a super chat. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the support and for your love. All right, let's see. The first one was Pizza Guy. There you go. There's my heart, my like. You dumbass question, Pizza Guy. I thought you were better than that. Pizza Guy says on his Super 10, you realize taxes go towards Social Security. We pay taxes to fund the government and give the dollar value. How can anyone claim to be proud American and not pay taxes? Biden had better policies. Are you telling me that Bidenomics was the best economics that we had in our state, in our countries? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Tax deductions. I get federal tax deducted from my check. Social Security and everything else goes with it. They should not be taxing Social Security for senior citizens who are retiring. That's where I'm at. Eric says that all states have different policies and not uniform across the board, and they should be. You know, if I understood that right, you're saying that we all should have uniform. I agree with that, and I think that that's what causes a lot of problems in the United States of America, because every state has their constitution, you know, and every governor is the commander in chief of their own national guard, which is the army, and I find that interesting that till this day. You're right. They're not uniform. They should be all the same, all across. I understand the economical part of it, right? That there's less people. I mean, the system is so complicated. I can't even begin to tell you what is right and what is wrong when it comes to that. There's just not enough time in the world, I think. It's just, my ADHD doesn't want to go to that. It doesn't want to go there, okay? I don't want to go there. I got so many things in my head right now. You guys have no idea. And somebody says I don't have ADHD. Shut the hell up. You don't even know what the hell is going on in my brain, just because I am very good at what I do and controlling my craziness. It doesn't mean that you understand who I am or what I'm going through. You know, it's not an excuse. I think that everybody can work through it. Maybe I don't have it as strong as anybody else, but as somebody else. But believe me, it's there, and it's annoying as heck. It's very annoying, and it's very unfortunate because it triggers anxiety and depression a lot, and it's not easy. It's not easy. My wife feels bad for me sometimes because there's nothing anybody can do to take you out of those things. They just can't. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I am just glad that I believe in God and that I believe that He is taking care of me. Sweetheart, did you do what I told you? Nothing. All right. Let's see what you got here. Pizza Guy again says, because they protect us from evil people like Trump. I don't understand why you still stuck on that Trump is evil. When did you change your mind? What was it? I know I seen your video, and I know that you're what you testify of in your life. I know you see a lot of bad things happening around you, but what made you think that those things that are bad that are happening around you is Trump? What makes you think that is Trump? That part I don't understand. You said that's why we vote Democrat. No, you voted Republican. Your family voted Democrat, and you just joined your family. Are you just trying to fit in with your family? Because I think that's why you do that. Because everything that you say, Pizza Guy, it's everything that you say that is good. You give Democrats credit, but it's actually Trump and the administration doing that. So I don't understand if you're just subconsciously supporting Democrats because of your parents. And if it is, that's okay. I get it. I talked about loyalism versus patriotism. I can understand that. But I really don't know why people, even today, thank you, love, even today, why people support Democrats. I just, it's beyond me. It is beyond me why people support Democrats. You know, I was watching a clip from CNN, and the way that people talk in CNN, I really, I don't know. Maybe we have science is doing things that we don't know about, because people cannot be this retarded. People that are adults, that are in politics, that are making millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars as a career, they cannot be retarded. There's just no way that they will hire a retard to go in and and do this news and talk about politics. It just doesn't make sense. Like, even if something is being explained, their brains are just put in reverse. It's like something in there doesn't tell them. There's no light bulb that comes out. There's no light bulb. Like sometimes when Pizza Guy is telling me things that he says that Trump is doing, it's actually Democrats doing it. But whenever he says something good about Democrats, it's actually Trump that is actually doing that. And I don't understand the wiring on these people's brains, but it is just beyond me. I can't even explain it. But all I can tell you is kind of like people that have no they feel no pain. They're no pain at all. Like, they can break a bone, they can die from gangrene and everything, and they just don't feel pain. Nothing in the brain tells them, ow, hey, ooh, that's bad. You should check it out before it goes worse. Before it gets infected. Before you die. Nothing in the brain tells them anything. They just don't go in. They just don't react. They just sit there. I'm dying. Okay. Boom, dead. Nothing. No reaction. The brain just doesn't function with these people. They see them. They shut down the government. Okay. Democrats shut down the government. And then the Democrats come out and say, Republicans shut the government down. And I'm just like, okay. Every single Republican voted to open the government. You, all Democrats, voted no. Keep it shut. Okay, what the hell is it? Pizza Guy, if you tell me that the Republicans shut the government down, I'm going to pimp slap you when I see you. When Trump passed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and stole our taxpayer dollars and gave it to the billionaires and betrayed America, let me tell you something. People are leaving our states. People are leaving California. What else? What other evidence do you need to understand that these companies need to make money? They got to make billions in order for them to pay millions. Do you understand? There has to be a safety net. The more they invest, the more they should get. How about this? I'm going to put it very simple to you. I'm going to put it very, very simple to you. You work for a company. The company gives you a 401k. Now, it's a savings. It's a retirement savings account. The company you work for matches 100%, this is a good company, up to 5% of your income. Okay? You have a choice. Do you want to put in 5% of your income into your 401k plan and then add extra money to play the Roth so that you can kind of invest in yourself? Now, you're right now you don't see the money because right now you're just losing it. It's going to your 401k, right? So you take less home. See, this is your risk. This is your investing. By the time that you retire, you're going to have a few $100,000, depending on how much you put down, right? A few $100,000 is not enough, but you have Social Security. If you can live off your Social Security, a couple $100,000 will take you a long time to be able to invest. If you are smart, if you're investing in more things, you get more money back. And then if you get more money back, instead of using it and you invest it in something else, you get more money back. So let me ask you another question. Let's see if this makes more sense to you. I'm not going to tell you how much my wife has saved up on her 401k. But I can tell you she will have nothing if she never made an investment or the sacrifice. I'm very proud of her. Let me ask you this question, Pizza Guy. This is for you. So you have a job. You're making about, what, 150? You don't have to say anything. Don't say nothing on the chat. Let's say you're making about $150,000 a year. Okay, $150,000 a year, you should be fine. You pay more than 20 to 22% in taxes, you're the man. You don't get taxed back, okay? You're the man. You are paying taxes. But then you go ahead and you buy another truck, like the beautiful one that you drive. You buy another one like that, right? You invest and you buy another one. Now you're paying somebody $80,000 to drive for you. Now you have no, and let's say you pay him $100,000 to drive for you, and that includes the diesel and the maintenance for the truck, whatnot. You're making an extra $50,000. Now you're making $200,000 a year, okay? And then you go and get another truck, and then you get another truck, and then you get another truck. And now you're making $400,000, $500,000 a year. Not only that, but you're able to expand to another location. So you have a franchise, or you have a franchise. Now you're making over $1 million. Guess what? Your bracket for taxes is going to go up to 40%. Now let me ask you something. Do you think that it's okay for the people that you hire to make the same money that you are making? Or should we just tax you more and tax your employees less? How do you think that's going to work? See, that's the beauty of capitalism. Now you're working into some real estate. That's fantastic. I love it. Okay? I love it. You're going to make some good money. But because you're making more money than the average American in any state, you need to pay more taxes. By the time that you get done paying taxes, you're going to make just as much money as your one driver that you're hired. Do you think that's fair? Are you willing to make that sacrifice? To invest in a company that you multiply 10 times and you're putting more work, more stress, more responsibility, and you're still making $150,000 at the end of the day. Tell me that you would be okay with that. Because once you make $1 million in business, whether you're only getting $150,000, you're still looked at as a millionaire. So you are going to pay more taxes. Oh, no, I understand taxes very well, my friend. And I understand business very well. Thank you very much. My point is, you wouldn't be able to survive. Your company will go into shambles unless you're charging and making pretty good money off your product. You're going to go bankrupt, which is okay. It is allowed to do. All right, Victor, I have a feeling that I am with you on this one, man. I think Epstein is not dead. Let's see, Lone Wolf. He's gonna give me some lessons here. Let me see. He says you don't understand. Democrats can't understand any of this shit at all. Oh, Lone Wolf. I thought that you were gonna talk against me. Oh man, okay. I'm glad that you have some sense. Let's see. Lone Wolf, I apologize. I think I was confusing you with Long Bon. Long Bon. I think it's Long Bong. I think is the name. I apologize. Lone Wolf is the good one. Okay, Lone Wolf is the good one. I got to remember that. If you're not a member of my channel, guys, there's nothing special about it. I think I'm going to try it tonight. If it works, those who are not members are going to be kicked off. But if you're a member, you're supporting me monthly, and I appreciate it, whether it be the $3, $7, or even the $25. I appreciate it. You guys are supporting me and helps me to continue doing what I do. And when you're making comments like Brian, Kenneth, 5 minutes for being a jackass, I can read your comments a little bit more. We might agree on that one. Victor C. Brian is taking the same thing as I am. $50 a month over 30 years at 10% return is $114,000. God Lord. And $18,000 invested total, but the number can go up. $437 a month turns into $1 million after 30 years. It's too much information. Way too much. Great job, Burning 47. I like it. Night Guard, here we go. Night says everybody pays the same on the first 15,000. Everybody pays the same on the next 15. Okay, everybody pays the same on the next. It's progressive. You don't pay 35% of the whole thing. No, that's not how it works. So yeah, that you're fine in the first half of that. But when you do your taxes, which by the way I just did mine, and that's what we're going with this. We're going to get to my taxes. You don't understand. On the first $15,000, millionaires pay more taxes on that than somebody who only earned $15,000. Yes, I agree. I just did my taxes and get $1,200 more this year. You have no idea how much more I'm getting this year, bro. I told my wife, and she's laughing at me, but I told my wife, like, Trump, this is a mother good. Ah, man, I was celebrating when I hit submit. Oh boy, it's very nice. Now I'm not gonna tell you exactly how much I'm gonna get, but I'm gonna tell you it's about $4,700 more than it was before. And yes, we are in the higher tax rate. So the new deductions, the overtime, the interest loans, etc. Um, Fantastic. It worked out very well. I'm very happy about it. And I'm very thankful for it because this might be nothing for some people, but for me, it's a big deal. It is a big deal, and I saw the difference from last year. I mean, it's a little bit more work. It took me a little bit longer to get through it. I think it said my time was an hour and 28 minutes to do my taxes. And that's because there's some new stuff in there that I've never seen before. And of course, I had to read it, I had to learn it. But I was able to go ahead and get all the documentation in. It was fantastic. It was a nice experience, and I am so excited to be able to tell you that everything President Trump was talking about was right. He did not lie to us. We knew that there was going to be millions of people getting kicked off of welfare because they were lazy. They had to do just one thing. They had to do just one thing: work 20 hours a week. That's it. Just work part-time, and you can continue getting your welfare. You can continue getting your health care, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. All you have to do is work part-time. If your body able, you got to work part-time. That's all you got to do. I'm telling you, I think, I don't know, maybe I should, well, I don't work part-time. I work more hours now than I did before, but if I count this job, if I count that YouTube as a part-time job, I mean, I can qualify for healthcare and food stamps. Welfare, who knows? Maybe I get some cash back. Well, no, because my wife is working full time as well. But still, very nice. Fantastic. Uh, so I'm excited. Tax season, as they said, is going to be a big game changer for many, many people, especially middle class and under. These tax cuts that the rich get. I'm also going to run my campaign on tax cuts for the rich because once you make $1 million, as I said, you are considered a rich person, even though you're not even seeing that money in your bank account. But yet, the governor and the government that we have here, and the dumbass Democrats, that's why their symbols is a jackass, which makes total sense. Makes total sense. A lot of people are getting ripped off. A lot of small businesses are going out of business. I mean, it's been happening for decades here in Washington State. And people keep thinking, you know what, as long as I make a little bit of money, that's okay. I know business owners that work their ass off as their business, and they make the same money as somebody that's just working a full-time for another company. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You want to be your own businessman to make more wealth? Fantastic. If you want to make more wealth, if you want to be your own business owner so that you can be independent and you can do whatever you want, okay, go with that. But the bottom line is that you're probably not going to make that much money anyway. And so we're going to go in just so that you guys know, and some of the libtards can go in and start gossiping about this to other people, which is okay. We only got like 37 people tonight anyway. Cutting Edge says, $10 chat here. Thank you, bro. He knows Dennis is Poe. Nah, man, I'm blessed. God blesses our family. I'm pretty blessed, and I'm glad that I'm doing this, and my wife supports me 100%, so I'm excited. I'm going to explain why Trump just paid $1,000 in taxes. Because when you donate, you can file that in your taxes. Now imagine donate millions, being a billionaire in real estate. Plus, we can do that too. So I can say deducting $10,000 will get you an average of about $1,200 to $1,300. There's other deductions that you can make on there. There's people that qualify for other deductions, but technically, is you get about the tax amount that the tax amount that you fall into the tax bracket. Does that make sense? Like, for example, I fall into the 14% tax bracket. So whatever I get out of 10,000, it would be 14% of that. It's what it would give back to me, which is it's okay. I mean, it's just more money that I wouldn't have. So I was excited about that. All right, let me read some comments up on the top. Let's see. What do we got there? Brian says, Nygaard, when Trump taxes were illegally released, it was proving much to the Democrats' disappointment. He paid millions in taxes. Now, he also didn't pay millions in other taxes that normally people would have to pay, but he's got good lawyers, and it's legit. Every deduction that you can put in your taxes, anybody, if you put the time, if you put the work in, you will reap the benefits, and that is how they do it. So I can't wait to see when Pizza Guy does his taxes, especially under Democratic rules. I can't wait to see what happens to his taxes. You're going to be very disappointed when they take all that money from you. So if I was you, I would have reported everything on every single state. Let's say Nygas says, yeah, I remember he ran a charity that got shut down because he was cooking the books and using the donations for personal gain. That's bullshit. There you go. Man is calling BS on that. That is true. If it's the story that you're talking about, we know what it was, and that was his lawyer. I like how they try to get the lawyer off the hook, right? Let's see. Me too. So you didn't pay taxes on overtime. That's right. Okay. So thank you for bringing that up. So when you do the taxes, it actually tells you under. It tells you they word it very nice. It was easy to understand. So when they do no taxes on overtime, it's, you get paid your hourly wage, right? When you're working overtime, you get paid time and a half, right? Okay. That one time is your regular pay. That's just your regular pay. The overtime pay is the half. So, for example, if you make $20 an hour, the overtime pay is $10 an hour. Okay? So, you get $30 an hour. That's how that works. So the half part of it that they add to it, it's what's deductible. And that's what gets you more credit. Just in case, if you're in a job where you're working 20 hours overtime, for example, Pizza Guy, he puts 20 hours overtime weekly, maybe more, and he puts all these hours overtime, he's going to be able to deduct the half end of that overtime. If they pay you double time and a half, I am not sure if the time and a half extra over the regular time is part of that tax incentive. I think it's just part of the half added to it. And if a company wants to give you more overtime pay, there's companies that pay triple overtime pay because they pay in overtime and it's holiday pay. So you get your 2 hours paid at a regular rate, and then if you're working on the weekend, you get another 8 hours at the regular rate, and then you get your time and your half of overtime pay on it. So it's like triple time and a half, and some are double and a half. Some don't go more than time and a half. Cotton Edge, thanks for the super chat. Someone the time even Elon paid $10 billion in taxes and the left still hated him. They don't believe him, and in YouTube have a video for that. We don't even have to look at a video. I believe you. This is what Democrats do, man. It's so disappointing that Democrats do that. They shouldn't. How much is enough? How much is enough? Why do Democrats have a hard time with millions of Americans being kicked off of welfare if they don't work part-time? Why would they have a problem with that? Why would they have a problem with millions of illegal immigrants that should not be getting welfare getting off of welfare? Why would they have a problem with that? Why would they have a problem with illegal immigrants not getting health care? This country is not a charity country for the world. This country needs to take care of itself. And then if we can help the world, then we do. But you don't reward people that come here and break our law. We just don't do that. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense at all. Chigai, what's up, Dennis? I'm glad you're back from vacation, man. Stop reminding me, people. Oh my gosh, it kills me. Sorry, Craig. Craig, miss. I know. Oh man. It's weird. How do I say it? It's like my heart is here 100%, but my heart is in Honduras 100%. I don't know how to explain that. It's like I don't know. It's like loving my wife and loving my children. My whole heart is 100% for my wife, but then my whole heart is 100% for my kids. That's kind of how I can kind of explain it a little bit. But yeah, I'm not perfect. Let's see. Patrick says talking chicks when you're. I don't know what the hell he was saying. Man didn't like it. Talking shit when your master paid no taxes for years. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. That's the way I'm reading it. It says hypocrite. Hypocrite. I don't know why it sounds like an accent. I don't know. Maybe it's just my accent. Robert says when Dennis is in Washington, he is on vacation. Robert making jokes over here. Let's see, Thomas. What's Thomas says? What about when MSNBC or CNN use AI for Alex Pretty? Oh, change his face because he wasn't pretty enough. Man, that's two jokes. You guys are on the road here. I like it. But be nice, okay? Respect the people that have passed. I don't like making fun of them, but their last names they're pretty good. That's just how it goes. Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't make it as a poor man. Stealing, tired of living like a blind man. I'm sick of sight without a sense of feeling. Truth teller, about time you make me laugh. Truth teller, I think Truth teller be going off on me. I don't know why. I think sometimes he forgets to take his meds and he goes off on me for no reason. But Chica says, I can relate 100%. I feel the same way going back to the Philippines. I love my American people, but I also love my Filipino people. Chica, I think you're, gracias. I think that you probably understand best out of everybody that we have on this chat tonight. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe cutting edge probably. Yeah, man, it's like a bittersweet type of thing. By the way, man, Chigay, I would love to visit the Philippines. I've seen the slums. I've seen the beautiful parts of it. I'm not going to lie to you. All the poisonous animals in the Philippines freak me out. But I think that there is a lot of places in the Philippines that is just nice to be able to walk and visit. Just like in Honduras. We do have poisonous snakes. You don't see them. Very rarely do you see one. But there is snakes there. I don't like that. And there's a lot of beautiful nature. That's what I'm so in love with. The nature, the trees. You should have seen me. When I'm recording, I sound like an idiot sometimes. But I'll tell you this: when I was walking by myself without recording or anything. There's like bushes, that they decorate sidewalks with sometimes, and maybe some branches hanging from the trees. And, the city kind of grows into the forest, and the forest kind of grows into the city. And I'm like this guy. I'm the guy that stops and grabs the leaf and sniffs it and touch it and feel it. And I'm like that. I walk down the sidewalk and I see the leaves and I like to feel them in the palms of my fingertips and the palms of my hands, and I caress trees. There's something I don't know how to explain it, man. I love nature. I don't love mosquitoes. I don't love snakes. I don't like poisonous animals. I don't like deadly stuff. But I love nature, plants, trees, flowers, fruits. Just everything that God created was so perfect for us, and we messed it up. El Chingon, 92.7 gets a 20 in the chat. What up, brother? Hope all is well. Yes, sir. 1776 worldwide. What up to all of the patriots out all over the world? Yeah. I like it. Thanks for the super 20, bro. Appreciate it. Cutting edge. Back in the Back in the chats. Thanks for the five cut. What you have, Dennis, is simple, unconditional love for your homeland and family, but respect for the nation that welcomed you. Bro, I almost cried reading that. I kid you not, man. I'm a sucker, man. I get very emotional easy. You got to know this. I'm a very strong man, as they say, with a sensitive soul. If you talk with me in a certain manner, I would melt. I would melt with you. If you're going through some pain, bro, I am going through some pain. If you're going through some joys, I will go through some joys with you. But if you start being a jerk to me and you start raising false testimony against me and you start trying to trigger me for no reason, as they say, if you look, you will find. And the only thing I tell people is, like, either you want to get my good side or my bad side. It's up to you. Whatever you want. So I always give people 100% of my love, trust, and friendship, brotherhood. 100%. The first day that I meet you, I give every single person that I meet that. 100%. Rush, babe, how are you? Oh, my gosh. I have not texted you yet because I want to confirm, but I hope, Rush, that you are okay with me, my wife, and my nephew and his wife going to Eastern Washington so that we can have a lunch together. I'm going to try to plan that so that we can do it, and I hope that you're okay with it. I would really love to spend some time there with you, at least just for a lunch or something. I think lunch would be the best, I think, because we can leave early and then we can have lunch, do a quick stop, and then boom, come back to Everett. Honduran Trader, coconut soups, truth teller. Listen, I don't know about Honduran Trader, but the coconut soups, bro, whew, they're off the hook. Happy Valentine's, Raj, babe. You just ruined it. I was waiting for tomorrow to tell my wife, but hey, babe, happy Valentine's a day early, because Raj, babe, just ruined it for everybody. And for those of you husbands that probably didn't remember that it was Valentine's tomorrow, unlike me, I knew. I already knew. Now you can actually go tell your wife before you go to sleep, Happy Valentine's. I love you, sweetheart. Truth teller, there's your emojis, my friend. They just called you a libtard, crying of pain. Because we just keep on winning. Win, win, win. Stop the winning, but keep it coming. Anyways, going back to my brother here from the Philippines. Who knows, man? You know what? Maybe one day I will have some extra money, and who knows? Maybe I'll go visit the Philippines, see what's good over there. I got some friends from the Philippines, and we've been talking about going down there together to visit. But man, it's just one thing just leads to another, and you stay busy and busy and busy, and there's that. But I had a conversation with my wife, which I'm not going to share with you details, but I had a conversation with my wife today about what hurts my heart, what my heart breaks and bleeds for, and of course the United States is one of it. And there's a couple of other things that we're looking into, and we're in agreement and we're working for it. So good things are planned for the future. We can plan everything, but at the end of the day, it is God who decides who gets to do what. Okay. All right. Let's see. Rush Babe says, my kids are so excited. Yeah. I like it, Rush Babe. I like it. All right. Rush Babe is excited. We're coming over, babe. Don't worry. I'll let you know exactly the date and time just to make sure that you can make it. I do want to be able to drive all the way down there and back. But we would like to do it on the same day if we can. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't put that on. All right. It is Friday night. I don't see my sister Trinity on here, but I hope she's doing okay. Let me see if I got this right in here. I got sunshine on a cloudy day when it's cold outside. I don't know. I'm mixing lyrics from different songs here, I think. Let me see. Come on. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm doing something. All right. There is a video that I want to show you. That's not what I'm doing, but there's a video that I want to show you, and we'll get to it probably later. I already have my cup of coffee, so I am good. Let me add this right here because I forgot to do that. Bada bing, bada boom. I got the month of May. Oh, that's fantastic. That's when I'm going to put my name on the ballot. The first week, I think it's the first week or two of May. So I'm going to go down there as soon as it turns May. What day is that? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. When is May? May's first week. All right. It will be a Friday. Friday the 1st. That's when I'm going to go head on down there and put my name on that ballot. And then, my friends, the real fun begins. And you're going to be hearing me, probably get tired of me saying it, but you're going to be hearing me campaigning for that position. And we are going to try to knock it out of the park. I'm going to tell you something. It's not easy. It's scary. It makes me nervous. I'm not going to lie. It makes me nervous. Washington State is a huge state. And, I will not go off on any governor because they couldn't tackle some things. The reason why I go off on the governors is because the things that they can fix and take care of, they don't. And they do the opposite. And they've been doing it over and over and over, and there's no change. So somebody has to do it. And if the people here decide to vote the same way that they have been voting, and they don't want to change here in Washington State, but then let them suffer, and we'll make a change. We'll make a change, and we'll see what happens. I really don't want to have to move. And if you've been following my channel, even before I was able to do lives, you will know that I was putting short videos of, leaving Washington State. Should I stay or should I go? Blah, blah, blah. Of course, Democrats told me to go. Republicans told me to stay and fight. And, Americans, this and that. And so we're going to do that. We're going to give it a shot. I think I'll be 1 month shy from being a half a century old. I think I qualify to run for governor. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Kid Rock's lyrics. Lord, I forgot to look at those things up. I did say I was going to look for them. Why don't we take a look at what's the name of the song? The one for the Super Bowl? Let's see. Kid Rock halftime show. Let's see. Halftime show lyrics. Let's see. Underage lyrics. What? What is this? Let's take a look what they're saying. Let's see. Kid Rock backlash erupts as I like him underage lyrics resurfaces before Super Bowl. I like him underage. Let's take a look at the whole thing, shall we? You can't just take one thing at a time. You got to take the whole thing in context. Let's take a look. What is the name of the song, though? It doesn't tell me the name of the song. Let's see. On this. Why is every guy in America waiting on those chicks to turn 18? He said during the appearance, if there's grass on the field, play ball. There's got to be more. Let's see. What's the name of the song? I want to know the name of the song. Keep rocking this the headline, the TPUSA. According to the Lee Bryce and Gabby Bear, the show stream across the renews its unity. I don't see this name. What is the damn name of the song? Let me go to a different site here. Does anybody know the name of the song? Let's see. The Kid Rock song gave me chills. Let's see. Instagram staring controversy. All they tell me is just a bunch of bull crap. I want to see the lyrics. Give me the lyrics. Somebody know the lyrics? All right, let's listen to it. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to listen to that shit. I can't hear all that. Let's see. Just got huge trouble. Okay, come on. Where is it, bro? I don't see the lyrics. Can anybody? Uh, yeah, but they're just putting parts of it. I want to hear the whole. I want to see the whole lyrics. Let me see. Um, I will tell you this though. Like I don't like either one. Just so you know, I don't like either one. Uh, which, by the way, Bad Bunny, he had that 5 year old in the show, and it was an adult show. So, what message do you get out of that? I still want to find the actual lyrics though. Let's see. 55-year-old Kid Rock has this Bad Bunny and lead up to the shows with the Cowboys singing and say, hey, we're approaching this show like David and Goliath competing with the pro football machine on the superstar is holding possible. Where is it? He said he's having a dancing party, the dress, wearing a dress and singing in Spanish. I thought that was very stupid to sing the whole thing in Spanish. By the way, that's not singing. But many online were quick to point out the framing Bad Bunny's halftime show was a faith and family was all considering lyrics of the country singer's own career. Bro, nothing, man. Just put the damn lyrics. What's so hard about putting the damn lyrics? Let's see. Anybody know? Oh, that's horrible. The way that I just read it is bad. But I want to see what else is on there because what is he talking about? I want to know exactly what he's talking about. Get rubbish away from his normal life. Sad. Nah. All right, AI mode. Give me something. Give me the lyrics. Is what I want. I want the lyrics. Let's see what the San Francisco Chronicle says. Eric, calm down. Don't start making stupid ass comments. I'm looking for the information. Don't be an ass. I don't like what I'm reading from your comments. Let's see. All American had to channel. I think it's so Kid Rock song resurfaced online drawing. Wait. Levi's a decades old Kid Rock song resurfaced online. A decades old song. So it's an old song that he sang, is what you're saying, right? All right, Eric, get the hell off my chat, bro. Shut the hell up. Yeah, 30-minute timeout. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see your name in here. The track. Oh, okay, that's what you're saying, the Cool Daddy? I see. Cool Daddy, cool. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Let me read this. See, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Cool Daddy, cool, full lyrics, okay? Let's see. See me cruising in my caddy house. They like to call me Daddy Cool when I'm styling, just rolling on the island. Now, just in case I pack a heat, keep a case. Is that the one? That doesn't sound like. I guess. After Kid Rock was announced as the headliner to a conservative group. Okay, so is this a song that he sang? Because I didn't watch it. Is this a song that he sang at the Super Bowl at the halftime, or is a song that somebody found from 2001 and brought it back? What's going on? Might get to this fat beat, switching to the back seat. You know I got that gangster lean hose. Bro, this is it sounds like a rap. Sex rise. Everybody wants to be my friend. Your friend, not unless you. That's I don't know about that. That doesn't sound like Kid Rock, bro. That sounds like a. It sounds like a rap guy. Oh, Tornado Davis and Kid Rock. Okay, I see. Um, yeah, I don't see anything on those lyrics, bro. That seems normal bull crap to me. Maybe there's a different one. Let's try this. Yeah, there's a lot of songs that I don't listen to because I don't like the lyrics. But as Democrats point out a lot, and they say, "Who cares about the lyrics?" They say, "What we like is the beat. We like the music." They said. Now, this is what Democrats say. Okay, I'm not saying you guys are Democrats, but what I'm saying is this is what Democrats say, and they don't care. They don't care about the lyrics. So every single Democrat supports Bad Bunny. That's just the way it is. Every Democrat supports Bad Bunny, and they don't care about the lyrics. They don't care about two men dry humping, right? They don't care about women degrading themselves, just like they don't care about rap videos where women are nothing but hoes and tricks. I'm against all of this, just so that you know. I don't support it at all. And I mentioned this, I think it was last night, right, about Nicki Minaj. I appreciate that she doesn't like Christians being killed. I appreciate that. But calling her a Christian, it just wouldn't come up in my mind. I don't think she's a Christian, okay? But that's just me. Her songs are disgusting. They are very disgusting. And if I was in the White House, I would tell President Trump, don't play her stupid music. You know, give her some props. But don't play Nicki Minaj's dumbass music. She is so perverted in her music. Depravada, like my mom would say. You know, no way. All right, let's see Fox 8 Live says something here. Let's go ahead and let's just read what Fox says about it, okay? Great gay news. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. I apologize. Hey, Bill, what's going on? I apologize. I thought it said gay news. I promise. Here, I'll show you. My bad, guys. My bad. Listen. You can't judge me. I'm gonna make it bigger for you guys, but that doesn't mean that that's the way I got it. Look at that. Look at the top left right here. Look right here. I thought it said gay news. Oh, my bad. I apologize about that. That just ain't right. All right, let's move it right here, right there. I think. Let's see. Make it just a little bit bigger for you guys. Even though I'm going to read it for you anyway. So let's see. All right, I'm doing this just for you guys. Okay. Okay. Here we go. All right, let's see. Great news. Kid Rock's lyrics are stirring controversy as his performance at Turning Point USA's All-American Halftime Show approaches. Many of Rock's lyrics have resurfaced, including Cool Daddy Cool, a song released in 2001. Get rid of this crap. On my cell phone, I'm Pagey. Can't call me, just page me, he sings. Young ladies, I like him underage, see? Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. My story ain't that complex. 240s and a Rolex. Now, by the way, if that was Kid Rock singing those lyrics, I don't know. That sounds more like a black guy rapping. That's just me. Hey, don't judge. It sounds like a rapper to me. I don't know. Maybe he did. But I'm going to tell you something. What is the underage? I don't know how many states we have on the chat. But what is considered underage on the chat? Go ahead. And the state that you're in, here in Washington State, is 18 years old. What is considered underage? Rush Babe says that's not the song. Yeah, this is the song that I was reading, but no, not this one. But it says this one was with Cool Daddy Cool, and then I don't know what. See, I don't know the song, so I can't really speak too much. But when he talks about 240s and a Rolex, I don't know. That's not very rock-like. Let's see. Kid Rock listens as President Donald Trump speaks to reporters before signing an executive order in the Oval Hat. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, here we go. In response to the criticism, Kid Rock did not directly address the lyrics. Instead, he posted a quote on social media about learning to love the hate, attributed to Kobe Bryant. One user wrote, "What's up, Kitty Rock? You like them young? Is your name in the files too? Using Kobe's name is crazy work. Shake my head. So what's up with those underage lyrics?" Another user wrote. Turning Point USA, the conservative group founded by Charlie Kirk, announced earlier this week that rock was among the headliners of the organization's alternative Super Bowl 60 halftime show meant to celebrate faith, family, and freedom. Bad Bunny will perform at the actual Super Bowl on Sunday. Sleep apnea. That looked like a nasty. Doesn't that picture look like some sort of pornographic photo? It's all about sleep apnea, guys. Don't get dirty with it. But that's just what it looked like. I'm sorry about that. All right, that doesn't tell me anything. These guys suck at reporting. What else do we have? What else do we have? Let's see. Okay, so I clicked on all of this. Let's see. Cool Daddy Cool. Kid Rock. Okay. No, I'm not signing up. No. Well, that's useless. Who cares about that? Who sang Daddy Cool in the 70s? The song was sung by the German Eurodisco group Boney M, released in 1976, when I was born, and featuring the vocal of Liz Mitchell and Marcia Barrett, with producer Frank Farian providing the male voice parts on the record. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. What do you got? Last comment here. Let's see. Underage, 18, a minor, a child. Here's the thing. So let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. I'm very serious, and I don't want you to think I'm perverted or that I'm a pervert. Let me ask you something very seriously. How many of you here on this chat would agree that your kids can have sex before they're 18? If you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But how many of you believe that your kids can have sex before they're 18 years old? Hey, Tanya, how are you? Tanya is trying to leer something today. Well, I'm trying to get to the moral ground. I'm trying to get to the moral ground of the thing. Okay, I'm not making excuses for Kid Rock, but I want to understand where this moral ground comes from. Robert, I'm with you, 100%. Not in, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Never said that Crimson, just said I was not a fan during those days, but people can turn their life around, find God, change their ways. Does that deserve forgiveness? I want to know, Bill agrees with me as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't you give them a second chance? Yeah. Leering is fun, says Magic Cat. All right, so here, this is what I'm going to tell you. I hope that you don't misunderstand what I'm saying, okay? How many here remember Aaliyah? Remember Aaliyah? Aaliyah, what's her last name? Was it Aaliyah Keys? No. Aaliyah, I can't remember her last name. Aaliyah Keys? Is that? I might be confusing her last name. Oh, truth teller. You don't tell me you're a Muslim. I'm not a Trump fan, but thank God the Democrats didn't win. That's right, Meta. And listen, man, I always tell people this. Don't be a loyalist. Be a patriot. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I can't find the lyrics myself. You can see the page. It's right there. I wish that they would just post the damn lyrics. Even looking through AI here. Let's see. Animated movie. No. Kid Rock is cameo. Cell bacteria. Kidney Rock. No. No. Notable lyrics. The track includes young ladies like him underage. Okay, this one right here. But there is. Let me see. Let me see if it shows on Instagram. Where's my other page? No, don't want that. Critics pointed out the lash between these lyrics and the family friendly or faith Bro, I don't know, man. Did he actually sing that? Did he actually sing that in the Super Bowl halftime? That one particular song, or this is just a song they found? Just Google "Cool Daddy Cool." Cool Daddy Cool. Cool Daddy Cool lyrics. In English, right? You don't want that in Spanish like Bad Bunny? See, I get the same. This. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Is it this one right here? She's crazy like a fool. What about it, daddy cool? I'm crazy like a fool. What about it, daddy cool? Daddy, daddy cool. Daddy, daddy cool. Daddy, daddy cool. Blah, 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 blah. She's crazy about her daddy. She believes in him. She loves her daddy. She's crazy like a fool about it, daddy cool. I'm crazy. Bro, there's nothing wrong with the song. That's a fantastic song. There's a bunch of repeating nonsense in there, but she just loves her daddy. It's about a daughter. The lyrics that you guys tell me, they sound disgusting. I get it. I get it. But I'm going to go back to my point. Okay, if you yourself thought it was okay to have sex before you were 18, okay? Or if you now as an adult think or let your teenagers have sex right now and they're under 18 years old, what did, not Alicia, Aaliyah. Aaliyah. Alicia Keys is somebody else. That's why I was confusing the name. It's Aaliyah. Aaliyah, what is her last name? Okay, fine. The reason why I want her is because, whoa, wait a minute. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful with my words here. The reason why I want to look her up is because Aaliyah, she is the one that sang that song, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. That's why. Okay? So she was, hey Travis, so she was underage, she was sexually active, and Bobby Brown, no, not Bobby Brown, R. Kelly. R. Kelly decided to have a moment with her. Your love is 1 in a million. It goes on and on and on. Okay. So she was a teenager, underage. She was sexually active. Because the man was so old compared to her. What I want to know is, if you believe, I'm not saying that any of you do, okay? But Aaliyah, yeah, that's her. If you believe, the Cito was popping. The Cito, if two want to do it, they'll do it regardless what you say or what you teach them. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So what I'm saying is this. What makes it bad? What makes it bad? If the teenager is already sexually active, right? Somebody failed. Somebody failed. The parents or the kids. But somebody failed. Okay? Where does the moral ground comes in? See, I'm not okay. I'm not okay with teenagers having sex. I'm against it, 100%. But what I'm saying is, if you allow them to lose their innocence, they're no longer innocent. So at that point, it's like, who cares? What can I say? It's not like I'm protecting her virtue anymore. Again, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying it's okay either. I'm giving you examples of what it is. I've seen friends that are 19 years old sleeping with a 16-year-old, and they've been together since he was 17 and she was 14. The parents were okay with it. Now, when he turned 18, all of a sudden, he's the bad guy. You see what I'm saying? Brian, horrifying is Bruce Springsteen. Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? Has he gone and left you all alone? Oh, I got a bad desire. Bro, I'm telling you, listen, Bad Bunny is not the first one. It's not going to be the last. Lord Crim, Lord Crimson, I agree, man, 100%. But that's crazy. Think about it. Now think about this, okay? So if the teenager's 18 years old, okay, it is a crime, sir. It is a crime. But what is the crime? He's not doing something that he wasn't doing before. They even have a child together. Why is it still a crime? I know that there are states where the parents can sign so that their kids, 15 and 16-year-old, can get married. Now, we criticize, man, I didn't know the conversation was going to go this way, but we criticize, Muslims, right, for doing exactly what we think is disgusting. But nobody on the Democratic side thinks that's bad. What I find is crazy is that they defend actual pedophiles, and then they come and tell us that President Trump is a pedophile. Right? It's crazy. It blows your mind. It boggles the mind. And think about this. Okay, so the teenager is not an adult, 21 yet, right? The teenager, 18 years old, goes out with a man who is 60 years old. So what's the difference now? What is the difference? Where is the moral ground? What does the age have to do with it? Like, for example, I'm going to tell you this. Like my mother, back in the day, my mother was 15 years old and my father was 28. It was perfectly normal. Because, that's the way it is. Hey, listen, I love your daughter. I like her. I want to take care of her. Bada bing, bada boom. Done. Okay, well, make sure you marry her. Make sure you do take care of her. And that's all that matters. As fathers, we want our kids to be happy, right? But it's crazy how close we are to just being put in jail for loving. I know it sounds crazy. And again, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. Those are both adults. Are you okay? Listen. Okay. I'm okay. I'm 10 years older than my wife, okay? I'm okay with that. Okay? But just imagine I'm 27 and she's 17. She's still older than my mother, and I'm still younger than my father at that age. Can you imagine? What is the problem? Is it the intercourse? If it's the intercourse, okay, I understand. So that means that I can be 50 years old, and I can go out with a 15-year-old girl, as long as I don't have intercourse with her. Everything is fine. It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. Everything is fine, and I wait till she's 18, and then is that okay? I would tell you this. Me personally, being 10 years older than my wife, right? I'll be 50. She's 40. She'll be 40. If I look back that way, it looks bad. but like Aaliyah said, age ain't nothing but a number. The bottom line is I don't support Kid Rock, nor Bad Bunny, nor anybody else that wants to call themselves Christians and they want to get down with the bump and grind on the ground. I think that it's okay to get the bump and grind with your spouse, but not in front of kids either. Okay, there's a time and a place. Okay, let me see what else. Lord says the irony. Those are both adults. Are you okay? Lord still says that's not normal. That's gross. So with that being said, I don't find girls that are teenagers attractive. If they're well developed, I will look, but I will not go near them for anything like that at all. Even man, I don't know. Even 20s, bro. I just I don't know. I have a hard time. Let me tell you something. There was um there was a Filipina. There was a Filipina girl. I almost dated her. There was a Filipina girl. Now she was 2 years younger than me, and I was in my 30s. And she looked like she was 14 years old. Uh, I couldn't date her. It's just me. Listen, if you have a Filipino wife, or if your wife is petite, small, short, and you're this big 6'5", 6'8", listen, that's okay. I'm not saying you're a pervert, but myself, it just felt like it was a little girl to me, and I just couldn't. I couldn't see myself going out with her and being comfortable. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. Okay, if you guys are of age, hey, by all means. But it's just me, When I looked at her, she just looked like a 14-year-old, and it just didn't feel right. So that's where I'm at. But listen, if they're 20, if they're 18 and above, it doesn't matter how old you are. Maybe the woman is. I know a guy that he is in his 30s, and his wife is in his 50s. Wife, and they got kids together, and he loves her 100%. He doesn't look at young girls. He doesn't look at other girls. He loves his wife 100%. And I'm looking at him, and I'm just like, why, dude? But you know what? It's none of my business. And so when I get beyond that initial thought, now when I see them, I'm just so happy to see them because they're always happy. She backs him up 100%, does not treat him like a child. She treats him like her man. You know what I'm saying? And he is the man of the house, even though she's like almost 2 decades older than him. It's just crazy. We live in a crazy world. But if we legally lower the age to 16, would that be okay? If it was law that 16 was permissible, that it was okay, would that make a difference? And of course, the truth teller says love is love. Oh, boy. Good night, brother, man. I missed it. I didn't see him. My bad. Yeah. Sleep well, my friend. Sleep well. I put him to sleep with the back conversation. My bad. It's all right. There's only 35 people on this chat, and about 50% of you guys are on the left side hating me right now. Yeah, man. Truth teller, bro. Hey, listen. Now, that's a pedophile, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Drinking my Pepsi Zero. Zero sugar, they say. Yeah. I don't know about that, but we'll see. Yeah, Prophet Muhammad was 50. His wife, Aisha, was, actually, she was 6 years old, I believe. And 9 years old when he, the thing. The thing. It says, Bill says, I'm 65. My minimum age of a woman for me to date is 35. That's a 3-decade difference. I'm okay with that. Listen, like I said, I know a lot of friends. I know a lot of people, especially in the Philippines and countries like that. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that are in their 60s, 70s, and their girlfriends are 20s, 30s. It's fine. Listen, it's their body, their choice. Whoa. Whoa. Wait a minute. At what age can women say that? That's a whole new story, my friend. That's a whole new story. So Robert, I'm trying not to be diabetic. I'm trying to cut down on my sugar. When it says it's sugar zero, I don't know. It tastes sweet. There's something about it, okay? There's something about it. You're 100% Rush, babe. Kid Rock has matured. Let's see, Rush, I was 6 foot tall and athletic build at 11. Attracted older men, unfortunate. Whoa. Seriously? You're 6 feet tall? Rush, babe. Oh, my goodness. I better bring my tall shoes. Don't wear high heels. Yeah, no, that's a problem. That's a problem because I do see the controversial on the issue, right? And I'm gonna go with Dosito on this, and a lot of you guys that are my age and that are parents, we know, like my daughter, right? My daughter, she's gonna be 13 years old, but she's very tall. She still has a baby face, but her body's getting out there. I mean, her body's not gonna change. I don't believe from here on. That's about as big as her body's gonna get, I think. But she still has the baby face, and her mentality is that the maturity level is not there to be able to comprehend what happens when you decide to go off rails, and I think that's when I'm okay with, what the hell was I going to say? I'm okay with the kids who are, I mean, oh man, it's so hard. Like, I know a lot of people get in trouble because they don't check ID. I mean, how many people got in trouble for dating a minor as a grown up, as an adult? Well, she says she was 18. Did you check her ID? It's like, who the hell says, hey, let me see your ID, see if I can date you? Nobody says that. I mean, Democrats should have no problem with this. Who knows? Maybe they don't have a problem with this. They just say they have a problem because they want Trump and everybody on the Republican side to look guilty. But think about that. Think about that. Democrats would like us to believe that we should look at a girl that says she's 19 years old and can I see your ID? No, you don't have to show ID. As ID is hard to get, we don't believe in IDs. Just take the person's word for it. I bet you that there will be a lot of people being released from jail. A lot of people will be released from prison. And they'll be like, wait a minute. Democrats believe that we don't need an ID to say that we're American citizens. We don't need an ID to vote. Don't need it. Just take my word for it. I'm 19 years old, and I am a citizen. That's, my friend, a problem. And I think there's a very, very simple way to look at it. All right. Now, thank you, BC. You're right. I'm going to be quiet. I am going to look for President Trump has some remarks today. And it looks like BCJ wants to hear President Donald Trump speak. So let's give him the moment. Let me go ahead and get my window ready because I was not going to show it. You know what? Before we go to Trump, just to give a Lord, don't listen to me on this, okay? I feel bad about everything I just said, and I don't like it. But at the same time, I told everybody on my channel, everybody should know by now, I look at both sides of the story. And a lot of people just hear one side of what I'm saying, and they misunderstand, and they do that, right? It is what it is. But here, this is the mentality of what I call a libtard. Okay? This is what I call a libtard. BCJ, you are in this category. Take a look at this. Here we go. Watch this, guys. This is a libtard.
No. Okay, do you have your ID on you?
No.
Okay, what's your first name?
Laura.
Laura?
Why are you here, sir?
Look at that purple and
there was an
green,
incident,
purple and green
and we
hair.
were called about it.
All right, purple and green hair. That's a red flag. Ding. All right.
Okay, the other officer's going to come talk to you in just a second. I just didn't know where you went to, so I came
Oh,
out
I
to talk to you.
was doing the same thing I always do.
Okay.
Walking around the dog park.
Laura, what's your last name, Laura?
Just walking around the
Why are you asking? I don't want to tell you my last name yet.
Okay, because we're working a criminal investigation.
I said yeah.
Okay.
And
So
also,
all I'm asking you for is your name right now.
Laura.
Okay, what's your last name, Laura?
I'll tell you when I feel comfortable telling you.
Police eventually
Time out.
identify the suspect, seen here, as 33-year-old Laura Garrett, accompanied by her boyfriend, who apparently wants no part of this interaction.
Okay.
A white liberal woman. This is one of the libtards.
475, do you want to head back out here?
Am I being detained?
Yes, you ma'am, you are.
You're right, Robert.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So you don't have a last name you want to give me?
Well, I have a last name. I'm saying I don't want to give it to you yet until I understand what exactly I've done
Because
wrong.
as of right now, we're conducting a criminal investigation, okay? I don't know where that's
I'll
going to
show
go.
you guys. I
All right.
apologize.
I haven't talked to really
I'm looking
anybody
at it
else yet.
myself.
They just said, "Hey, that's the girl over there." So I came out to talk
My
to you.
bad.
Okay, so
Okay.
then why do you need my last
Because
name
we're conducting-
if you're just asking questions so
Because,
far?
like I said, we're conducting a criminal investigation.
And I will give you my
Okay.
last name when I feel comfortable doing so.
Okay. When will you feel comfortable?
Hold on. Let me address Ron's comment here. What'd you say, Ron? I finished my comment. Did I not finish? Let's see. Confusion of her maturity to protect her at all time and get close and involved with her mother. That is a woman. There are morals. No one has the right to murder. Just saying. That's true. That's true. And so again, I guess I can finish with this. Okay, so my daughter, she's not gonna get any bigger than her body's not gonna grow into any more woman than what she already is right now at 13. But as a father, I have to show her that she doesn't need to go look for boyfriends. That she needs to just concentrate on school. Once she's 18 years old, she can go ahead and decide what she wants to do with that. But as long as she is with me, I will always take care of her and love her and give her all the attention that she needs. And if she happens to find a man, a real man, that has a good job and they fall in love and they want to get married, I'll be the happiest man on earth when that young man comes to me and says, I would like to ask your daughter's hand in marriage. And I am going to hug that guy and I'm going to celebrate and I'm going to be the happiest father ever. Okay? There. Story's finished.
Doing so.
When I know what you want from me.
And we'll explain that. I'm just trying to get some
Okay.
basic info from you first.
All right.
Okay?
Well-
But I do need your name. You are being detained right now until we figure out what's going on.
All right, so let's figure out what's going
Okay.
on, and I'll give you my last name.
So you're not going to give me your last name.
I will give you my last name when you tell me what it is.
Okay.
That's
The other officer will come back out here and talk to you in just a second. You're unwilling to come up front and talk to us?
If you're gonna be like that, sure, I'll
All
come
right,
out.
let's go up front.
I'm gonna go this way.
Well, let's go this way. There's the other officer right there.
We're over here.
As long as she's not 18, her body is my body and is my responsibility until she takes care of her body herself at the age of 18. If she wants to break that rule, let me read to you one comment, okay? Because this person commented on one of my videos and I just loved the way he made this comment, very beautifully put. Let me see. What was this guy's name? Oh, here we go. I think it was this one. All right, check this out. I'm going to read this. This is from Jerome Quinn. Jerome Quinn, and I hope that he's a subscriber because listen to the way he puts this. Parents who push their kids into sexual immorality or any kind of corruption aren't just being reckless. They're stacking judgment on themselves. Scripture makes it clear. The one who leads the innocent into sin carries the heavier weight. A child shaped by corruption didn't design the path. They were led down it. God sees the difference between manipulation and willful rebellion. Matthew 18:6 warns that anyone who causes a little one to stumble faces severe judgment. Proverbs 22:6 commands parents to train children in righteousness, not perversion. And Ezekiel 18:20 shows God's justice. Each soul is judged rightly, not blindly. The Bible doesn't name a specific age of accountability. Responsibility grows with understanding. As James 4:17 teaches, knowing the right and refusing it brings guilt. But corrupting the innocent brings judgment. The bottom line, he says, God defends the innocent. God judges those who corrupt them. And anyone using children to normalize sin is not progressive. They are accountable before heaven. Wow. What is a baby? Daddy Longball. This guy. Come on. Guys, props at Jerome Quinn. Let me see. Let me copy his name in here because I think, let me see if I can copy it. Let's see here. From here, okay. Okay, I think I can copy it. That was fantastic, man. This guy was phenomenal. I couldn't put it any better. The guy is, he must be some type of preacher, or he got a good message from a preacher. But that was fantastic. I love what he put on there, and that's him right there. Thank you, Jerome Quinn. If you ever see this show or you get to this part, wow, what a wise comment. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I love teachings like this. Something straight to the point. Boom. Couldn't have said it better myself. I think that that is the way that you want to address those things. Bill, you're right, man. I wish it was all boys, but I still have to teach them. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the chat. I'm glad that you're here with me. You know, brother in Christ, as somebody else commented here, you speak for so many of us that totally agree with the truth, and also you. Keep speaking truth, because as time goes on, we are going to come into a time which is starting to happen now, as we are all experiencing, where truth no longer exists, only lies. So many people are deceived, and it's going to get worse. We are truly going through a spiritual warfare. Good versus evil, which, as you know, the Lord warned us about in the Bible. Man, thank you so much, WW. 23448. He is one of my subscribers. God bless him. I don't think he knows that we are live, but a baby is a child that needs to be nurtured by their mother. By the time that they are 1 year old, they should start to walk or know how to walk by then. By the time that they are 2 years old, they are considered toddlers. When the time they are considered 5 years old, they are kids. And those kids grow to be teenagers. And those teenagers are adolescents. And adolescents become adults. And that, my friends, will make them a man or a woman, depending on if they're a child, female child, or a male child. Man, that was fantastic right there. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and listen to the liberal white woman.
Hang on a second.
Libtards.
We're not going to do whatever we want. That's not how this is going to work.
Look at her.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Sir.
Ma'am.
Sir. I am walking to the front of the park. Is that not what you wanted me to do?
She's refusing.
To walk to the front of the park? I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry.
I asked her to walk to the front of the park, and I'm getting this. She won't give me her name.
Front of the park. I don't understand.
Yeah, well, she's with another male back there.
I don't understand what
He's
the
right there.
problem is.
Uh-huh.
The one in the dog park with the dog?
I'm simply trying to...
Okay, no, you're right. No, seriously. You guys are right. I am being disrespectful. You are both right. I should not be speaking to cops like this.
Okay.
Those men.
Oh, you're confusing it with a human. Babies are humans. Life starts at conception. Even as a fetus, that is a future human. You can consider a human as soon as they are beginning to form, but once it's completely formed, it is a human being. Nonetheless, even if they're not considered human by many, life begins at conception, my friend. Don't try to bring in some type of abortion crap in here. Tanya, there she is, with the green name. I love it. I love to see my green and blue names in here. Look at Brian. Brian has a shield. Why does Brian have a shield? He must be very important. Brian's been with me for a while now, right, Brian? Is that what it is? I think only you have that shield. And you have Goku. For those of you who don't know what the little character right next to their names are, is that is actually Goku Super Saiyan. Not the biggest, the strongest, but he's already a Super Saiyan. Some of those will already know. Yeah, I guess any child, bro. Don't be retarded. Any child that is under 6 months old is a baby, I think.
Tell you why we're here?
Can I? Oh, yes,
Okay.
please. Yes, please. Yes,
Okay.
please.
We got a call.
Mm-hmm.
There's an allegation made against you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Was
Let
this
me
hard?
finish. Let me finish.
Well,
I
that's
haven't
trying to
talked to
explain
the
that.
other gentleman yet. Okay. Let me go get his side.
Mhm.
I'll get your side,
Mhm.
and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay.
Was that so hard?
That's what I tried to ask you, if we would
No.
come up
Right now,
here.
you are detained. Okay.
That, and can I just say what? That's fine. He would not move past asking me my name. He would not tell me anything unless I gave
Did I
him
not
my
say
name.
you were detained and we're here conducting a
You have
criminal
your ID?
Would
investigation?
you tell me? And no, I told him this already.
Okay.
Oh, Brian, is that the new logo for the wrench? Is that what it is? A wrench? Let me see. I'm gonna make Rush Babe a mud. Let's see. Next time the Rush Babe comments, I'll be able to see if it's a
I don't get
wrench.
ID'd
Okay,
at the park typically.
let's go out to the front of the park and we'll figure this out. Okay?
Why are you detaining me?
I just told you. I just
I
told
was
you.
asking him.
Okay, let's go to the front.
Eric, I
Why are
have
you-
it.
Why are you detaining
Because we're
If you
conducting
don't
a
go
criminal
in here, if
investigation.
you don't
Oh.
go up to the front right now, I'm gonna put you.
Eric, you got timed out because of what you were saying. You started to spam the same. You started to insult me more as you were talking, and you were no longer being respectful and communicating. So I warned you, and that's why you got timed out. I believe that's what it was.
In handcuffs. So, do you want to walk, or do you want me to put you in handcuffs right now?
I mean, I was already walking towards the front, and all I wanted was what you told me. But
Let's go over here.
See? Easy enough, right?
And while we're doing this, let me get your.
Let's keep walking.
no, I will keep walking when you.
Okay, I'm not doing this.
Police decide they've heard enough and detain Laura seconds before she earns herself even more charges.
Hey!
Right now, you're detained. Okay, you're not under arrest, but you're not following instructions.
This is very silly. I just don't want my earbuds to be lost. So that's the only reason I'm doing this. Because I want my boyfriend to get them. I don't. Will you knock it out of my ear? No, nobody. Babe, Siri, I'm in handcuffs and it hurts. Babe, this is.
That was your comment right there, and I didn't appreciate it. So you got timed out. There you go, my friend. You do know that I know everybody's history in this chat, right? I can see everybody's comment. Every single comment you make about me, I can see it on the chat. You know that, right? Okay. Yeah, okay.
It's the time to move.
You're detained right now. If you keep on doing this, you're gonna catch a charge. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
She just threw herself on the ground.
What are you doing?
Why are you doing this?
Yes, Bill.
Why are you doing this?
Do you know her? Yeah. Are you guys together? Yes. What is your relationship to her? Your boyfriend? Is this a normal behavior for her? No. Okay. Maybe you can help me out. Because right now she's just detained. She's not under arrest, but I'm investigating a criminal allegation. I just need her to go to the front. Can you tell her?
We're recording as well.
That's good.
You're record. He's gonna record you
I'm so
acting
glad.
weird.
That's fine. I act weird all the time.
All right. Well, let's stand up.
I don't want to.
Let's go.
I don't want to.
Okay. Well, now
Ow, you're hurting my arm.
you're under
You're
arrest.
hurting me. What am I under
move.
arrest for? You have not read me my rights. What am I under arrest for? Oh, my.
You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Now shut the hell up.
Now you're catching a charge for sure. Stop yelling. I mean, him
What have
recording
I
this.
done?
all this
What
for
have
this
I done
reason?
to deserve?
Oh, coyotes in the house. Hey, bro, I want to know if that boyfriend that says that this is not normal behavior for her, I wonder if he's still going to be her boyfriend after this. I'd be surprised. Oh, by the way, I want to show you my Samoan sweater. Cricket team. My Samoan Uso, my brother gave it to me.
Deserve this?
You just
What
just
have I
hold on
done?
to me.
What have I done to deserve this? What have I done to deserve?
So if you're going to watch the Seahawks play, blue and green, fantastic. If you just wear purple rainbow hair all the time, chances are you are a libtard. I'm sorry, guys. That's just the way it turns out to be. At least here in Washington State, that's what you're going to see. That's what you're going to see.
Deserve this.
Can you just walk with us to the front? Because now you're under arrest.
That's fine.
We'll take another unit. possibly two. If you have them.
I'm not that fat.
Come on, let's go to the front.
Walk up to the front.
What happens if you,
Okay.
who do you call when the cops are the back?
Are you not gonna walk up to the front?
I don't know if I remember how to.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna wait till
We'll
we
just
come
wait here.
over.
We'll get another car.
Okay, what's the car gonna do? Run over me? Just gonna hurt my wrist some more?
We're code for no need to run code, but as soon as possible.
Here, I'll play this video for you guys. Okay, hold on. I think it's this one. Let me take a look.
What I love about Texas is that you guys are like proud to be American. Because the first time I came to America, I went to Seattle. Very different vibe. I'm hyped. I'm ready to get off the plane. I watched Saving Private Ryan back to back 3 times. I'm hyped. I'm ready to shoot somebody, you know. Let's storm the Capitol and shit. And then I get to Seattle, everybody walks around. They were all like, you know, America is built on a racist agenda. Who gives a f? If you don't like America, go check out Ukraine. Try to get an oatmeal latte in downtown Kiev. You ungrateful. What I love about
That's just some of it. That's just some of it. Let me see. The other one is let's see, Russia versus Ukraine. No, that's the same. But that's just one of the videos. Okay, it's not just me. See, even Ukrainians know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Okay, Ron has a comment. Let's give Ron a chance here. Dennis, are you familiar with Jewish consideration of a child becoming human and having a soul? I don't care about their belief. I have my own belief. Isn't it very interesting and different from Christianity? They believe that infant isn't human until birth. Sure, but they also don't try to kill it because they know there's life in there. And that's something that you're probably not adding on that story. Rush Babe says Seattle is depressing. Yeah, it can be. You know, it's the nature wise, it's pretty. I think it's pretty. I think Seattle is beautiful. But you know, I did a live once. Okay, there wasn't that many people on the live like right now. There's very few people. But I did a live once when I went to Seattle over there, and there was nothing going on, you know, and it was so expensive just to park your car. Like I was there for like maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and I had to pay like $40. Come on, I mean, you got to be rich. Like you got to be rich to really want to go to Seattle, especially if you take your family. You got to go pay, who knows, $100-something for parking, and then you get to walk around, and then who knows how much you're going to spend at the restaurants, and you know, like, what do you do if you just want to go walk? Then you just go walk. But I mean that doesn't excite people, you know, and I don't know. I think Washington State is beautiful, and that's what we're going to fight for it. Okay, whether people like me or not is irrelevant. We're going to deliver a message. We let the message known. And if people vote with a voter ID, and by the way, let me add this for some of you guys that are in here. I always tell you guys to remind me. Once I make it official and I put my name on that ballot, then I'm going to be 100% on it. I am going to try and run a campaign with as little money as I can. We'll see. I got some people that have made some pledges to me, but it's not enough. So far, I've heard $100,000. That's not enough, but that is a huge donation, and you know, if it's real, fantastic. But we will try to run a campaign with wasting as little money as possible, and maybe I don't know how we can do it, but maybe we can use this campaign money to promote, I don't know, use it as a campaign excuse, but really try to use it to provide help for our veterans. I don't know, something like that. I don't know how much money we're gonna need. We're obviously doing this, in YouTube, which is not really that big of a deal. We have we have a lot of they say it's a lot of Democrats. Rush Babe says that it's not as many Democrats as they say. But here's the two things that we want to do. Let's see. If so, you need to go there, and you still think it rains all the time. It doesn't rain all the time. What happens is that it's gloomy a lot of the time. Most of the time is gloomy. So it's not always raining, but it's gray. It's windy. It's cold. And that's what people say. Well, they call it the rainy city for a reason. The rainy city for a reason. But it's just that. Kamala had $1 billion, so there's hope for you, Dennis. Yeah, probably, Brian. You know what is in God's hands, right? It's in God's hands. But I think I just think Washington is so great. But here's the thing: we want transparency. I don't want Republicans. I don't want Democrats. I don't want independents. I want American patriots. I want Washingtonians who are able to vote to come out and join me. And we want full transparency, voter IDs, as the law is going to be passed as soon as the president signs it. And I think that we're going to have a chance. I think we're going to have a chance. So we'll see. It rains a lot. It does. But it doesn't rain all the time. There's a lot of beautiful sunny days, especially summer, right? But it's gloomy a lot. And it seems like it rains every single day, but it doesn't. There's a lot of beautiful days as well. Awesome. Lord, are you in Washington, Lord? That'd be fantastic, bro. I am also looking for people who want to volunteer that are going to be local. And if anything, I will use campaign money. Man, it's so hard. Let me tell you what the hardest part it is. And I like to do this just with members, because I feel members support me more. But I can tell you this. Oh, fantastic, Lord. But I can tell you this. The hardest thing for me is not to run the campaign. It's not to go and speak in public. It's not to spend hours and days, every single day campaign. That's not the problem for me. There's plenty of coffee for that. The problem for me, and I know it sounds bad, and I am in Everett as well, Lord. But what's really hard for me, it's I am so afraid that I won't have a team with good ethics, somebody that is not going to be tempted to steal, to commit fraud. I think that's the hardest thing for me to do is find a person that I can trust as a treasurer, to find a person that I can trust as a secretary, people you can confide in, that's the hardest part for me. Paul Salsi and the House, the Save America Act, common sense rules. Exactly. But I do know that I want full transparency. We're going to be showing everybody meetings, just like President Donald Trump has done. And we're going to make sure that everybody shows ID when they come and vote. Now, Democrats said that that's going to hurt the Republicans more. I don't give a crap. I don't care about Republicans or Democrats. I care about Washingtonians. I care about Americans. And that is my priority. So my priority goes as this. American citizens, because they're the ones that can vote. They are we the people. Green card alien residents, because they can be here permanent. And they also work here and they pay taxes here. And then, of course, we want to make our immigrants feel welcome. And we're going to get rid of those who are cutting the line. It's very simple. And, of course, Seattle and Washington will never, at least, it won't be a blue sanctuary city while I am here in Washington. So We'll see. We'll see if we do a good job or not. If it's God's will, we will make it. We don't do things on our own. There is World War II, 34 to 48. I read your comment to everybody, just so you know. And I appreciate you, brother. I'm glad that you are in here in this live. We are watching a video of a white liberal woman. And this is how the leftists react to everything that we have. I kid you not. Now, I'm going to tell you something before we get back to the video. I am mostly upset. Let's see, how about the people who live and work in your community, all your neighbors? Once I put my name, once it's official, I like that. Thank you. Once I make it official, knowing, because it's going to cost a couple $1,000s to put my name on the ballot. Plus, I don't know all the rules about it. I hope I do everything right. But once I put my name, it's official, it's on the ballot, and it's, everything is good, then I'll go around and talk to my neighbors. There's some neighbors that I really trust, with some things, obviously. They have their lives, so I can't trust that they're going to be there with me anytime, but I can trust them. They are good, honest people. I just don't know, obviously, if they want to volunteer or work with me, but, we'll see how that works. Dennis, do you think you have a better shot than Culp? The last person that ran out there, remember the sheriff that ran for governor? I thought that he had the experience, he had the background. I mean, he had money. But when it came to debating the issues in Washington, he just didn't have it. He didn't have that fight in him. And Culp, are you talking about the one that failed? Is there another person running? Let me see. There's nobody running right now. There's no official. But Culp was, the guy was soft. Is that the white kind of chubby guy, the older chubby guy? Let me take a look who it is. Let me take a look. Culp for governor. I think that's who it was. Let me see. Lauren Culp loses police chief. Is that the one? Lauren Culp? What's her first name? Riverside. Yeah, I know Riverside. Yeah, he didn't have it, bro. He didn't have it. I thought that he just, okay, that's the guy. Yeah. I thought he didn't have, he didn't fight. He didn't fight at all. Yeah, that's the guy. I thought, wow, there's a chance. Here we go. And then I was like, what the hell happened? What happened to the fight? There was no fight. So I'll tell you something. If you meet me in person, you're gonna be like, "Oh man, man, this is the guy running for governor. What the hell is going on in Washington? We're screwed." But I'm gonna tell you something, man. When God speaks, when God wants to deliver a message, He puts the words in His messenger's mouth. And I believe, this is what I say, if it's God's will, we will win the governor's seat. If it's God's will. I'm going to go pay the money, and I'm going to campaign 110% of what I got. Everything I got, I will leave it on the trail. But it's not my decision to make. That's God's decision, and I hope that we have enough people that want to change here in Washington State. And maybe those who ran for governor before me that failed, that didn't want to fight too much, because sometimes, you have conviction and you don't want to be rude, and, well, sometimes you have to look rude and be rude to be heard. That's why Democrats are moving so far ahead. They're loudmouths. They're loud, and they won't back down until they are heard. So I'm going to do the same thing. We're gonna continue to fight, and we're going to be heard. And, at the end of the day, if we deliver the message and the whole country listens to it and they think it's great, and Washington's still screwed after voter ID, after transparency 100%, then there's nothing else I can say about it. There's nothing else I can say about it. Laura said his biggest campaign promises was to arrest the homeless. There's no need to arrest the homeless. I think that's not the way to go about it. So here, I think I got a couple of things written down here that I put down, and this is what I really want to run with here. I know, that I stand with no abortion, no sanctuary cities. Okay, but the first thing on my agenda is veterans. We're going to look at veterans. Even though I don't want a blue sanctuary cities, I don't know why I keep saying blue. Even though I don't want sanctuary cities in here in Washington, I do want immigration reform. I want, and this is something that I feel that if we run, if we run with those sanctuary cities, I'm definitely going to be working with the president. Whoever happens to be the president, I am definitely going to try to get the president involved. I don't want one party to go above the other. I want everybody to be the same. I don't want to see blues and reds. I want to see Americans. But here we go. On the list, I have veterans. We're going to take care of our veterans. We're going to try to find out what is missing. What are they complaining about? What is it that they're not getting, and why are they not getting it? Now, I know, don't have to tell me, there's a lot of fraud, and believe me, if I am governor, we're going to have audits on everybody that has put their hands on the money of the Washingtonian taxpayers. We're definitely going to continue to fight fentanyl. We're going to give more access to FBI, ICE agents, all that stuff. But I do want immigration reform, meaning that I want people that we can run backgrounds on. I want those people to have a path to citizenship. I would say residency first, obviously, but a path to citizenship. I want to recognize, and I want to fight and see if I can convince the Indian tribes here in Washington to recognize that the Chinook tribe from the Chinook River, they deserve to be recognized as Indian natives here in Washington State. My next on the list is my farmers. I really want to go find out what the hell is going on with the farmers. You know, I can't do everything all at once, right? It's going to take time. But we're definitely going to be hitting these things one at a time. And I hope that we get enough people involved so that we can divide, and conquer, so to speak. So we're going to take care of the farmers. We're going to see what's working, what's not. If farmers is not working, then what the hell are we doing wasting money, right? We got. I know it sounds bad, but you got to be direct. You got to be upfront. Okay, what is it? Is it really important? Then let's go. Let's continue fighting for them. This is something the Democrats are going to hate me for, but I think that the real Democrats are still out there. The leftists, the liberals, the people that have been brainwashed, that is the ones that are supporting the fake Democratic Party. But I believe that there's good Americans in the Democratic Party, at least in the state of mind. So I want tax cuts and deregulations. There's a lot of regulations that we have, and some of them work, but we need to get rid of some regulations, okay? As long as we're being safe with the environment, we should continue to do deregulating. We don't need to have all this crap that we've been shoving down our throats. We're going to have incentives. We're going to have big incentives for big corporations to come back to Washington. We have too many empty buildings in Seattle, from what I hear. And I want big corporations to come in. I don't care what Democrats say, giving tax cuts and incentives to the billionaires. Those billionaires are going to make hundreds of thousands of jobs here in Seattle. And you know that we have a very beautiful Puget Sound access, and I think that we should exploit that. We're also going to have a lot of incentives for small businesses. None of this stupid-ass income tax that Bob Ferguson is trying to impose on the people, which, by the way, is unconstitutional. I love how people try to tell me that I try to be not constitutional with everything that I do, but it is constitutional here in Washington State to secure the money for Washingtonians, which Democrats don't know how to do. So we're going to have a lot of incentives for small businesses. We want to have a lot of deregulating. I want to have, by the way, first of all, primary people for small businesses, etc., will be residents and citizens. And if we have migrants, we got to make sure that they go through to the actual correct process or procedures so that they can have permits to be able to do those small businesses out here. I think it's fantastic to allow migrants to work here, but they got to be legal. They got to do it the right way. And give me a second. I'm gonna read some of your comments, okay? Just because you're my Everett brother out here, and also I have been a big supporter of tariffs, and I think that here's the thing, you know, we have to understand that as a state, we get federal funding given to us. So the way that I see it is if I help the federal government, if I help the president look good, I'm going to look good. And if I look good, Washington looks good. And people are going to be happy. So we're going to fight with that, but we're going to make sure that we're working together. I'm not going to throw away all the Democrats in government, but I will go hard on them and tell them the truth straight to their face. Remember when Bob Ferguson promised that he was going to bring about $1 million so that we can have more police on the street? He did the actual opposite of that. I'm not happy about it. I want more police presence. We need more police. We need more firemen in here. And the National Guard, they probably deserve a raise. I haven't checked how much money they make, but that is something that we're going to look into. And I think that when we're looking for the issues about the veterans and this homelessness problem that we have here in Washington, we're going to touch up on some of the money that goes to the Army. All right, let me read a couple of comments here. Let's see. Dosito says, you need at least $10 million to campaign. Maybe. But I want to tell you something. As I said, if it is God's will, he's going to put the words in my mouth. And I think that we can do it. I really believe that we can do it. So, look forward to that, right? Let me see what else. Let's see. Robert is talking to Brian. It's absolutely beautiful out here. Yes, sir. Ben, you know what? Maybe I'll catch a fish one of these days. Truth Teller says, uneducated to no details. You're the one calling Trump a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. Fentanyl. You know, I lost my brother-in-law to fentanyl. That's definitely something that we're going to fight against and continue to fight. This is why I support President Donald Trump, by the way. I need a hat like that, says Sella. I need a Make America Great Again hat, but I also need a Make Washington Great Again hat. I don't know how that fits on there. It's just too big to put in a hat. But I'll probably make some shirts or some sweaters. I hate the cold, guys. I'm going to be a weak governor because I hate the cold. But don't worry. There's plenty of clothes that I can wear. I am 100% against fraud, man. None of that. You know, the problem is that people think, you know what, if I can just cut this corner, if I can make this extra few dollars, nobody's going to find out. Well, I'm going to find out. God's going to find out. And he's not going to bless us that way. And I don't want to see the people. Let me tell you this. One thing that I love about President Donald Trump, and it's kind of like a 50-50 hate him or love him type of thing. President Donald Trump, you remember that joke that Barack Obama made? Barack Obama made that joke saying, Donald Trump says that President Barack Obama is going to go down in history as the worst president in history, right? And he grabbed his microphone and then he says, at least I will go down as a president. And he drops the mic. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, that was your best line? How about I'm going to go down as the best president and I'm going to prove you wrong? He didn't do that. So this is the part that I love about Trump. He's sitting there having a golf game with his granddaughter, Kai. Beautiful girl. I don't know how she can look beautiful. She looks just like her dad, Junior. But as a female, she looks really pretty. She's so innocent. Man, the guy that marries this girl is going to make Trump Jr. very, very happy. But, she asked him, what is the biggest thing that you want to accomplish in life? And he said, well, I'm already president. That was pretty big. And he says, but I would like to do something even bigger. And he says, I want to be the best president ever. Now, the reason why I say it's 50-50, hate him or love him, is because that's very arrogant. And I am arrogant. It's very maybe egotistical, right, in a way. But at the same time, think about it. What would make him the best president in American history? Taking care of the American people. And I want to be the best governor in Washington State's history. There's a lot of studying that I got to do. I get it. There's a lot of things that I have to learn still about Washington, about politics. I get it. But common sense, it's a gift that many of us have. And we need to teach others to recognize that gift itself. All right, let's see. What else do we got? Did you have any other questions there, Lord? In what way is Washington State not great right now? I think that Washington State will always be great in my heart. But the reason why it's not great right now is because taxes are up the yin-yang. I think that Washington cannot be great when the people are being mistreated, when the people are being abused, when illegal immigrants get put before the actual Americans who reside here in Washington. So when you put illegal immigrants before Washingtonians, legitimate Washingtonians, I think that makes Washington not so great. When you can't afford to fill up your tank to be able to go to work for a week, Washington is not great. When you're having big corporations leaving Washington State is not great. I believe that when you have a bunch of socialists not going to work and depending on welfare alone, that's when Washington State is not great. So there's a lot of changes that need to happen. I'm sure that you heard about Cruz. I love her. She is so good. Let me see. Cruz. Let me find her channel. I thought I had her channel with me here. Not that one. Not that one. I got her on my Facebook. Anyways, but she is from Undivided. Her name is Brandy. I can't find her right now. I don't have my Facebook open. But her name is Brandy Cruz, and she's on Undivided. She has worked a lot with Tim Walsh. Tim Walsh. Oh, my gosh. I almost called him Tampon Tim. Tim Walsh. And he's very great. He's actually for Washingtonians. He's a conservative. And I would love to work with him. The guy, he is an amazing guy. He really is. Washington State has high taxes and bad for small businesses right now. Yes, I believe it. And we're going to tackle all that. We are going to clear the streets, though. We do have to get rid of homeless. And what I mean by getting rid of homeless, it's not not getting rid of them, but getting rid of the problem of homelessness. I don't believe that giving more money to them is going to help. It is a mental problem. Let's see. What else do we have in here? Tell me then which country supports Trump apart from Israel. Honduras supports Trump. Well, NATO has to support Trump. Many countries support Trump, not because they like him or because they love him, but because they know that he is the real deal. And I support him 100%. Let's see. It's hard to answer questions, guys, because there's a delay from when I say something and when you guys type something. All right. I think that's enough campaigning. Let's wait until we make this official. And, Lord, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to my channel, will you? And hopefully we'll catch one of these days. Maybe I'll go fishing, and then we can meet up. And then you can tell me what's going on over there on the riverside and what else you see happening here in our great Washington State. I think Everett has gotten a little bit better. I think it has. I don't go downtown Everett that often anymore, but Everett is still my hometown. Everett has been my hometown for decades, ever since I came into this country back in '89.
Police said Laura caused one officer to trip and injure his knee before continuing to resist arrest. Now, officers wait for backup to arrive with a hobble restraint for the unruly suspect, when she apparently decides now is a good time for karaoke.
Are you laughing? You know, all this is pretty ridiculous.
I love Florida.
All right, now we got the idea at least.
I'm proud to be an American, 'cause at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll proudly stand up next to you. And I forget the rest. till today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
USA.
Can I just move my hand
I
so
have
it
to sing
doesn't hurt my wrist?
No, we just wanted to walk you up front, but since you're
And all I want to do is
we're
turn
getting
my
other
wrist.
officers,
All I
so
want to
we
do
can
is turn
drag
my
you to the
wrist.
Are you gonna walk up to the front?
No, I tried to have you carry me. You wouldn't do it, so I don't know what you want.
We've been trying to be cooperative with you since I walked out with you.
Oh, honey, you have not
This
ever
is not
been.
necessary.
You, Mr. Hanslake, have not been cooperative from the beginning. I am a little bit sorry to be so difficult to you. I should have tried to hug him. I am very
I
sorry.
don't understand why you're being difficult.
Hey, Luna, why did you color your hair purple? Purple blue. That's Luna right there on the ground. No, she's just a white liberal woman. She's not drunk. She's not high. They were just walking the dogs with her boyfriend, and there was an old man with a Trump hat. That's the problem. She didn't like the Trump hat. That's why she's going through this right now.
Because that man that called the cops threw his drink at me. Twice.
Okay.
And I told you we were just going to the front so we can talk and
about
figure
it.
things out. You just got very difficult with us for no reason.
Okay, I did not get difficult until this man.
Come through the park, veer left, and walk the trail. You'll see us.
What was I doing that was so difficult?
I got it. Do you need 5 of us if she's in custody?
Yes, bring
No,
5.
take
Bring 5
4
of you.
for driving.
I'm huge.
I mean, you're just making this more difficult than it has to be.
He started it.
Okay. Will you walk with us to the front?
Will he apologize?
No, ma'am, will you walk to the front with us?
If you
Can we try?
If this guy apologizes.
Okay. Let's try it. Let's try.
No,
again.
well,
No.
Does that sound familiar to you guys from the hearing the other day? Would you look at them and apologize to the victims of the names that you have on redacted and now you made out public? Would you apologize? You guys remember that? Oh, man. I'm telling you, man. Listen. I refuse to believe that I refuse to believe there's more retards than there are people with common sense in Washington State, okay? There, I said it.
I will do every single thing, every single
Okay, can
tiny
you walk with
thing
us to
you
the
say.
front?
If this man apologizes.
Will you walk with us to the front, ma'am?
If you apologize. Oh, thank God you're here. Thank God you're
We were
here.
trying to walk up to the front, and then she just jumped on me, and
Using the hobble?
so she hasn't. Well, she hasn't kicked, but. Try.
She hasn't actually done anything, guys. Ow! 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 You're hurting my wrist! Ow!
All right, she's going on a hobble now.
God! Oh, God! Okay, so they...
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Third Cop, can I please see you, Mr. Third Cop?
Please don't hook this up my whole feet.
Mr. Third Cop.
I'm right here.
Can I see you?
I'm right here.
May I see you?
No, I'm busy.
May I see you when you're done?
You can talk to me.
The reason that I'm not standing up and walking to the front right now is because I wanted an apology from Professor. I'm sorry. Oh no due process.
What's that?
Roll on her side and then pick her, maybe it'll...
Are you able to just grab her legs right there or not?
No, this hurts. This hurts my wrist.
Hook her under her armpits.
What's that?
Will you listen to a single thing that I said?
Oh, now she can't. So can you grab her legs?
Yep.
So you'll grab my legs and carry me, but you won't listen to me about how this guy on my right refused to tell me anything. Oh, maybe you'll listen to me. So this guy on my right, I walked over to him. I knew he. Oh, you got a mustache. I should have known.
Yeah.
She's what? Hold on. I will walk. I said I would walk 9 times.
right, let's put her down again. Stop.
Okay.
Why are you doing this?
I said I would.
You started kicking.
Because you wouldn't put me down. It hurts. It hurts, guys. What do you want from...
All right, let's try again.
No.
She tried kicking, so she's not getting off that
Please
hollow.
listen. Please.
The officers resume carrying Laura to a patrol car, but it's not long until she finds herself on the ground once again.
You guys got your chest cameras on?
Yes, we're all recording your behavior.
Good. Am I required to give you my name for no reason?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh my God, you guys, please, this hurts so much.
Well, all you have to do is walk.
I agreed to walk. I agreed to walk.
One hand elbows come out. That's it. You
That
have
is
a chance.
not true. That is not true at all. My hands are gonna. Oh my God!
Finally, Laura and the officers make it to a patrol car where, as you might have guessed, the suspect doesn't exactly make the situation any easier.
Will you stand?
Okay.
If you stand, I'll consider taking those off. So, here, let's put it down.
Why would I believe anything you say?
Okay, do you want to try standing?
I trusted you when you were on your way over, and I tried to talk to you, and you wouldn't even listen to me. I've not heard my Miranda rights yet. Am I being arrested?
Well, yes, you are now. Initially, you weren't.
Why am I being arrested now?
Right now, resisting. But
Resisting?
probably more charges coming. All right, let's get in the cruiser.
Probably more charges coming. I should be scared.
Have a seat in the car.
Captain Justice, please.
Have a seat in the car. Why is she doing this?
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Can you take a seat?
That cop laughed at her when she bumped herself in the car.
Sit up. Do you want to yourself?
Yes.
This is not, I'm not doing any of this. Ow! You can't f***ing bend my hip the wrong way. I mean,
I know. There's no reason to make it worse,
hashtag America.
I mean, it is one of my top 2 favorite countries, if I'm being honest with you.
Oh, okay. What's the other? Wait, no. What's the other one?
Well, the other country, Zimbabwe.
Okay.
A lot of potential there, just some poor leadership, in my opinion. All right, just sit tight for me, all right?
Thank you for your help.
All right.
Laura is secured in a patrol car, while other officers get a chance to hear from witnesses.
Please.
What did she say?
That's right, Lord.
See, I don't even listen. I try. This has been going on.
But something related to your Trump hat?
Yeah. Trump,
Got
this,
it.
Trump, that, Trump.
Okay.
Trump, everything. You know, Trump's responsible for that leaf falling off the tree. It's
Got
just
it. Running her mouth. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Obviously, she ran her mouth. Not a very smart white girl. And I was just trying to ignore her, and she's screaming at me, talk to me, trying to get her. I'm just ignoring her. And so she comes running through the gate, and I saw her running at me. I went running to stop her from coming through the other gate. I don't want any confrontation. I don't need it, especially off this little moron.
Well, you're thinking that she's coming over to do something
Oh,
to you?
yeah.
Okay.
No, she wasn't coming like, make believe she was a Viet Cong running at me. Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay? That type. Okay? So she got to the fence. To cool her off, I threw a little water on her from my thing. So I locked the gate. Well, not locked, but shut the lever. Walked back into mine. She come flying over this, threw the Coke can at me, gave me a shove. And it's just
Did
going.
she hit you with the can?
Yeah.
Where did she hit you?
In the back of the head, which made me go this way, which wrenched me. I almost attacked her back, but I didn't.
Okay.
Okay? That's why my blood pressure and everything went through the roof.
So she's just walking by, you guys are sitting there.
Walking
she's,
by,
okay.
she sees that hat and it sets her off.
Okay.
And then she asked something about, Trump. And she was like, why do you still support Trump? And I said, because I think he's doing a great job. And that's what and she starts freaking, and she gets into this one and throws her soda on. And
Who, she did?
she did.
Okay.
The boyfriend stands
anyway,
there and
so-
does nothing.
So, what was the issue? Is this normal behavior for her, or
No, the original issue is just a simple question to these guys over there. She's kind of passionate about Trump and all that. She asked them why they still support him, and then he started yelling. He threw his drink at us, and then she started yelling. Went over there, and then he kind of gave her a little body check, and then she started yelling more. And the bigger guy, he's the one that called the cops. He went off, and then she just sat down.
Any questions?
Is there anything going to happen with him hitting her, or is that just over the video?
No. She is a primary aggressor in all this. Okay? There's witnesses for that. She should have just minded her own business. I don't know what distance you were from her. I'm not going to tell you what you could have done. You pull her back or tell her to stop doing, I don't know, whatever it was. But, no.
I didn't want to get involved with you guys, so I
Well, smart man. Now, I don't know if you'll make a smart
we would
choice.
have preferred you just walked up and took care of this easily too. Yeah. Trust me.
Yeah, that's all it was. But, anyway, well, that's on her.
Next, we rejoin Laura in the back of that patrol car, where she's not exactly done talking yet.
I wasn't supposed to laugh, all right? Jeez.
You have to too. See, I'm not evil. I'm just.
No one said that to you.
That-
This is Officer Harwell. He's going to chat with you about everything.
Hi, remember me?
I do. I wanted your help, and I made a mistake. But your friend was a jerk.
Why were you a jerk to me then? I was so nice to you.
You're-
I came up to you. I told you why we were talking to you. I told you let's go to the front so we can talk, and you didn't. And then you threw yourself to the ground. Okay, but I want to talk to you about what happened. Okay, but before I do so, because you're in handcuffs.
Oh, my shoulder's really hurt.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably gonna hurt a lot more tomorrow.
Yeah, you didn't get the other shoulder too, please.
Europe and Asia is painted very differently, Luna. Now, when I say names on here, I will expect everybody to be in my show to be adults. Everybody that's over the age of 18 should be in my show. If you are not 18, should not be in my show, even though I get some underage teenagers on here. I know some of them because they're here local. But, sometimes that's the only reason why I try to watch what I say. But in reality, as a freedom of speech, you should be able to say anything. And I find very interesting because when it comes to freedom of speech, a lot of people give President Donald Trump a hard time because of the way that he talks. He's an adult. So what? It doesn't matter. Freedom of speech doesn't say that it applies only to some citizens and not to other. It doesn't matter if you're the president, the governor, the mayor. It doesn't matter. You have your freedom of speech and should be able to express yourself as you want. The only difference is that we hope that every single one of the people that are using that freedom of speech actually is educated and has enough common sense to not disrespect people and at the wrong time. You can tell the truth and people will be offended. It's okay. It's different. No, not everybody's going to agree with everything that I say or believe or do. It is what it is. Let me go ahead and share a couple of posts for you guys here from my X account. This is from the War Room here. Trump is tweeting, repeat violent offenders. The Carlos Brown Jr. was put on the streets by radical Roy Cooper and his soft on crime agenda. He then went on to brutally murder Irina Sadutska aboard the Charlotte Light Rail. We have learned that this monster appears as part of a secret settlement made between Radical Roy and far-left activists, released 3,500 inmates from prison. Roy Cooper, of course, put violent criminals back on the streets. He has disgraced North Carolina and disqualified himself from public office. Law and order is coming back. Michael Watley will stand with me to restore safety, crush these insane left-wing policies, and put North Carolina first. Michael Watley, I think that's his name, Michael Watley, has my complete and total endorsement. He will never let you down. Man, can you imagine Lord, if we get that type of endorsement here from Everett, man, fantastic. This was 7 hours ago. We cannot let the Democrats get away with no voter ID any longer. Our horrible, disingenuous cheaters. They have all sorts of reasons why it shouldn't be passed, and then boldly laugh in the back rooms after their ridiculous presentations. If it weren't such a serious matter, it would be considered a total joke. No voter ID is even crazier and more ridiculous than men playing in women's sports. Open borders or transgenders for everybody, for everyone. Republicans must put this at the top of every speech. It is a transgender, it is a can't miss for re-election in the midterms and beyond. Even Democrat voters agree, 85%, that there should be voter ID. It's only the political leaders, crooked losers like Schumer and Jeffries, that have no shame and explain why it's racist. And every other thing that they can, sorry, it's the small letters for my eyes, that they can think of. This is an issue that must be fought and must be fought. Now, if we can't get it through Congress, there are legal reasons why this scam is not permitted. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order. I hope the Supreme Court realizes, as they painstakingly review every single simple topic of county saving tariffs, those same tariffs that have been used by other countries against the United States of America to drain it of its treasure and security for many years, and all sorts of other things that are making our country rich, powerful, and safe again. That these corrupt and deranged Democrats, if they ever gain power, will not only be adding 2 states to our roster of 50 with all of the baggage thereto, but will also pack the court with a total of 21 Supreme Court justices, their dream, which they will submit easily and rapidly when they immediately move to terminate the filibuster, probably in their first week or sooner. Our country will never be the same if they allow these demented and evil people to knowingly and happily destroy it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And I'm going to say something. It's something that, you know, Pizza Guy, most of you guys in here know Pizza Guy. And, you know, he really believes that it's Republicans that are doing everything that Democrats are doing right now. I don't know how to change people's minds. If they are mentally ill, how do we know? You know, I mean, you saw this white liberal woman here just acting like a buffoon, like a little child. You know, she's an adult. It looks like she was off her meds. It's mental illness is a big problem, you know, and all over the states, all over the world. And I can't put my finger on what the problem is, but we definitely got to do a lot of research on that. All right. Let me see what else we have on here. I know I put something, I think, on my account here. Let's see. They come and do this on my channel all the time. What the hell is wrong with my spelling on there? Check this out.
Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend.
Do Democrats think that Christians in this country are going to respond to this? First of all, nobody believes that LaMonica McIver is a credible theological source or a credible source on who is or isn't going to hell. We're not going to be lectured from the pro-abortion, pro-child mutilation crowd about who is and who isn't getting into heaven or who is and isn't going to hell. This is going to backfire on them badly, whether it's McIver or Andy Beshear or James Tallarico or any of the rest of them.
Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious...
Now, tell me why she is in Congress and she is using religion to punish him, to make him look bad, or whatever the hell she thinks she's doing. I don't know when it started, but it's been over maybe at least a couple of decades. I've received double ballots to vote in the last 8 years. So I don't trust it. I don't trust it. If you really want to do something for your country, the least that you can do is drive to a place where you can actually vote in person. If you are not able to vote in person, I think that you shouldn't vote. But what are we going to do? We got to figure out some way to make some exceptions. But the problem is, if we start making exceptions, where do we draw the line, right? So at some point, I think we just will have no choices than to actually go in person and vote. An illegal alien was arrested for the sexual exploitation of a 13-year-old. Check this out.
She didn't know until this week that the suspect was not a U.S. citizen. Now that she does, she believes justice is deportation.
It's hurtful that my child is a victim and they have this person and let him go.
Farmisha Rose says her daughter was 13 years old when she met this man, 29-year-old Jordan Castillo Chavez. Rose found out when she looked at her daughter's phone.
And then there was this message from this guy. I'm like, who is this? And she's like, oh, that's my friend. I just met him online. And I looked at the messages. There were photos. There were messages that indicated like he was coming to pick her up. And I immediately just like dropped, like I fainted. Like, this is not happening right now.
In March, Pineville police charged Castillo Chavez with indecent liberties and other sex-related charges. He has since bonded out. This week, Customs and Border Protection named Castillo Chavez of Costa Rica as one of the worst criminal illegal aliens, blaming his release on a failed ICE detainer. I asked the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office to respond. They said ICE made a request for advance notification of his release, but said the agency did not issue an ICE detainer. The Sheriff's Office said they did not notify ICE when Castillo Chavez bonded out because they weren't legally required.
This is serious.
Rose says her own father had committed a crime in the U.S. and was deported back to his country years ago, so she understands the impact and believes it's what Castillo Chavez deserves too.
We need justice. He needs to go, and they need to enforce it.
There you go. There you go. Of course, teenagers protesting on the street saying F ICE. They don't know how to keep good grades. The teachers encouraged these teenagers to skip school. I started my live today talking about something like this. Very, very scary that that this thing is happening. All right. Let's see. We're done with that. President Trump delivers State of the Union address. What? That was a long time ago. I think this is set up on the wrong time. Okay, let's just not. That's not the one we want. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This is what I want. This is one that happened earlier, but that's not the one, is it? Yeah, let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Hello, and thank you for your warm welcome. The President and I are grateful to be with you, to honor the passion you share through unmatched bravery, resilience, and service to our great nation. Thank you for defending our freedom. It is with immense pleasure for me to address the Fort Bragg and Pope Army Airfield community today. To our great armed forces of the United States stationed all over the world, I have a nostalgia-filled message. Happy Valentine's Day. Love letters have symbolized the union of patriotism and family devotion among our soldiers for 250 years. The harmony of love of country and love of family is what makes us uniquely American. It is very balanced, which strengthens our military and builds our communities. And now, it is my distinct honor to introduce your Commander-in-Chief, our leader, who maintains a mission of peace through strength, President Donald J. Trump.
To the hills of Tennessee.
Thank you, everybody. I love that song, I must tell you. I was really referring to the song. They turned it off. That's terrible, but that's all right. Honey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please. So we have an amazing group of people before me. Amazing. And very proud of you. Somebody said, I was just watching a little news coming down. They said, oh, it's amazing he can find the time in his busy schedule. Believe me, you're the time. My schedule's not the time. Although we do have a couple of interesting things happen. We just had fantastic reports on inflation, way down. Costs of products, way down. We inherited a mess, total mess, and now it's really coming along. We have the greatest numbers that we've ever had. We're hitting all-time high stock numbers. We're hitting all-time high S&P and Dow numbers. You saw that a few days ago at the end of the first year. They said that it was going to take maybe 4 years, the end of the term, to hit 50,000 on the Dow. We did it in 1 year. And likewise, to hit 7,000 on the S&P was going to take at least 4 years, could be 5 or 6. We did it in 1 year. So, and all I know is forget about the stock market, forget about Wall Street. Your 401ks are doing very well. I don't have to ask you. Is anybody doing poorly with their 401k? If they were, you're a pretty bad investor, I'll tell you. But I want to thank Melania. Our country is truly blessed to have such a phenomenal First Lady. And now she's a movie star on top. Can you believe? She did a movie. It's the hottest thing you've ever. It's crazy. Congratulations, by the way. Very good. You know who loves that movie? The ladies. They go see it 3-4 times. That's what I heard. They go see it with the husband. Husband really likes it a lot, but the women go back and see it. But she's a great First Lady. And I'm thrilled to be back on one of the greatest and most celebrated military bases in the history of the world, Fort Bragg. We have your name back. We got your name back from the radical left. The radical left is not happy about it. It's another reason you have to vote for us, because they'll change it back to whatever it might be. This is the home of the legendary Green Berets, the home of the Sky Dragons, and the All-American 82nd Airborne. And in particular, I hear that we are joined by many exceptional soldiers from the 1st Brigade Combat Team, also known as the Devils in Baggy Pants. What's that all about? The Devils, they are devils. And you are devils, I will say. And I have no higher honor in life than to be your Commander-in-Chief. I'm so proud of you all. And so let me begin by saying a very, very big thank you to our great warriors and the men and women of the United States Army. Unbelievable. Very special thanks also to all of the incredible military families who are here today. You know, without that family, our soldiers would not be the same. It's a whole big deal. I don't think they get enough credit, but they do get credit with me. That's why I sent you 1776 a couple of weeks ago, a little while ago. We had a lot of money coming into our country from tariffs, and I said, let's send a little to our, so, you know, they came in, they said, sir, we can do 1,775. I said, oh, that's good. They put the number. I said, you know, if we add $1 more, it's 1776. I said, add $1. Add $1. Did everybody get 1776? I think so, right? You think the Democrats would have done that? Forget it. But it's really because of your incredible sacrifices to keep America safe and free. There's nobody more respected than the people in this room. We're also joined by General Gregory Anderson, General Brandon Tagmeyer, Secretary Howard Lutnick, Senator Ted Budd. He's doing a fantastic job, too. Members of Congress, Mark Harris, Pat Harrigan, Brad Knott, David Rouser, Addison McDowell, and your own congressman from right here in the district, a really great guy. He's a real leader, too. Richard Hudson. Where are they? Where are they all? Look at them. They're all dressed up. They have to be nice to you because without your vote, forget it. They're out of commission, right, fellas? But what a good job. And Richard, this is your area. Congratulations. He's always bugging me for more money for Fort Bragg. I said, Richard, get off my back. And we're going to do that. You know, they're talking about a big compound, right? And we're going to get that done. We're going to get it done for you. Now, if the Democrats get in, it's not going to happen. I guarantee you that. But we're going to get that done. That's your number one priority, I think. Richard Hudson. So you have another man who is running for the Senate, who is phenomenal. The only thing is he's not as well known. He was behind the scenes. He was the head of my 3 campaigns. I won all 3 times here by a lot. It wasn't even close. And he was responsible, along with Laura Trump. Laura is fantastic, born here and loves the area, but they work together. But Michael Watley, if he's here, I don't know. Michael, will you come here for a second, please? He's running for the Senate, and if he gets in, you're going to be taken care of. If he doesn't get in, we're going to be stripping the military like they always do, the Democrats. This is a man who was the head of North Carolina. So he did so well that I said, who is that guy that did so well? Because when it came time to picking the head of the Republican Party, I picked him. And you saw what happened in the last election. We won in a landslide. We won every swing state, all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes, the popular vote. You know, the first time I won, but they say I didn't win the popular vote. You know I did. I won it by a lot, but they said. And so every time they'd introduce Donald Trump, who didn't win the popular vote, but he, you know, whatever. I said, I don't ever want that to happen again. But we did. We won everything. And this is a man that was in charge of this state. He did so well here. There was nobody else that I even considered to run the RNC. That's the whole country. And we had a big, big victory just recently that you know very well, a victory like they've never seen. So I'd just like you to say a couple of words, Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you. In 2015, Donald Trump came down an escalator and said that he was going to make America great, that he was going to protect our country, that he was going to make sure that our men and women in uniform had what they needed to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And North Carolina stood up and said, that's our guy. And in his term in office and in this term in office, there has never been a president who has fought for Fort Bragg, who has fought for the men and women in uniform in North Carolina, as well as our veterans, more and harder and better than Donald J. Trump, our 45th and 47th President of the United States of America. I am thrilled that he has asked me to run for Senate in North Carolina and is giving me an opportunity to represent you and to fight for you and every other base that we have in this great state to protect our interests, to make sure that America and our allies are going to be protected. Because the highest, most important function for any government is to keep its communities and its citizens safe. And we have the best president right now to do that. And I am honored to be with him today. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
And the word is he's doing really well. But when I heard they were taking the name Fort Bragg off, I said, no. They're kidding. That's not gonna do. They did. They took the name off. We got it back very quickly. But they took it off. And if we don't win the midterms, they'll take it off again. They'll take it off again. You can't let that happen. And this man is exceptional, I'll tell you right now. So with the help of everyone in this room, America is the strongest military on the face of the earth. We rebuilt it. We really did. We rebuilt it in my first term. We had a great first term. We had the best economy in history, but this is blowing it away. But we had a great economy in the first term. We did everything, but we really created a tremendous military. Now, some of it was given away, actually a lot, but small compared to what we did to Afghanistan. You remember that, where they left all the military equipment behind? We wouldn't have left anything. We would get out with dignity and strength, respect. We looked like we were running. We don't run from anybody. That was a Biden embarrassment. What a terrible president. But we came back and we already have rebuilt our military to stronger than it was even then. And we don't leave equipment behind. We don't leave jets behind. I said, why do you leave those jets behind? Sir, I thought it was cheaper to leave it behind. You know, $150 million plane. All they had to do is put a little jet fuel in there and fly it to wherever they want to fly it. These people were the worst. We can't let it happen again. Our military, if the Democrats get in, will be severely misserved. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and now we're making it stronger and bigger and better than ever before. The recruiting is through the roof. You know that after years of recruiting shortfalls, as an example, new enlistments have soared to record highs. We had, a year and a half ago, nobody wanted to join the military. They didn't want to join the Army. You know that. It was like terrible. They didn't want to join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, or my beloved, how about that, Space Force. Do we like Space Force? It's turning out to be very important. But they tried to end that, and actually the military refused to allow that to happen. But you couldn't get people to join. And as soon as we won the election, that election took place on November 5th. From November 5th on, it was like a miracle. Now we have waiting lists for every branch of the military, waiting lists of people to get in. In other words, your jobs are wanted by everybody. And isn't that a better feeling? I'm looking at the smiling faces. We've got a lot of smiling faces. You should be smiling. Last year, the Navy and Air Force and Space Force all surpassed their recruiting goals by 5 months early, and the numbers are through the roof. In fact, it'd be a very good time to expand. You know, it's a good time to expand. But the Army did even better than the others, and you shattered your annual recruitment by almost 5 months and lots of days, but more importantly, the number and the quality of recruit has never been higher. This year, the Army is beating its recruitment goal by 116%, and I'm very proud of that. I was very embarrassed for a period of years as I watched how badly this country was run, standing outside and hearing constantly that we couldn't get people to join our great forces. We ended the scourge of political correctness in our military. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Think of it, we won World War I. We won everything. World War II, and everything before, during, and a little bit after, except we fought a little bit differently. We fought to be politically correct. We were a politically correct force with the presidents. But now, we have a real force, and you see that with what we did in Iran with the B-2 bombers. A lot of you were involved in that. And what we did recently in Venezuela, nobody ever saw anything like that happen. A Venezuelan general who was on the site, but he moved out fast enough that he lived, because most of them didn't. But he was on the site. He said, we were totally prepared. We saw the planes coming. We saw everything coming. You know, they're a good, strong force. And he said, we got hit like nobody's. They were hit from 17 different directions. They said, there's never been anything like that. It was over in like literally a minute. Everybody was running for the hills. And that's what we have. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the best equipment. We have the greatest people, soldiers. We brought back merit as the sole consideration for advancement and promotion in our military. We won the Supreme Court case, shockingly in that case. It took courage to come up with that decision. It's based on merit. Now you want to get into a college, it's based on merit. It's not based on anything else. You want to get into the military, you got to have a little muscle. You got to be strong, like these people here. It's like, you're like central casting. I'm looking at all these beautiful-looking people, but you have to be a certain type to do well. And we were taking anybody that wanted to get in because we wanted to be politically correct. No, it's based on merit now. You get into the military based on merit. And other places also based on merit. There might be advantages to other people in other fields. But this is all based on merit. As long as I'm president, we will be the best led, the best trained, the best equipped, the most disciplined, and the most elite fighting force the world has ever seen. That's what we've turned out to be, and everybody knows it. They all know it. Every country knows it. I speak to all of them. They know exactly what they would be up against. Hopefully we'll never have to test them. And because of our strength and because of what we do, we probably won't have to be tested. That's why this year we're investing also $1 trillion in our armed forces, most we've ever spent. And next year it's being raised. In fact, we're going to be building a number of battleships. You ever hear of battleship? You know, World War II, you saw those big ships, the Iowa, the Alabama, the Missouri, they're going there, sailing through that water like it's nothing. Those big waves are crashing into the front. The hulls are made of 7 inches of steel, not aluminum. Aluminum's fine, by the way. I don't want to hurt the industry. We're doing very well. But I'll take steel. And it's going through those waves like it's a hot knife through butter, right? And it was incredible. It was a great thing. It was a great act of beauty when you looked at that, the scenes. Victory at Sea. I don't know if has anyone ever seen Victory at Sea? Probably the ones that have would have joined the armed forces when you have, but Victory at Sea. And you looked at those battleships. So now we're building 10 of them, initial order, 10. And I said, what about reinstating the old ships? We have some of them in dry dock. Some of them are museums right now, like the Iowas and Rancho Palos Verdes in California. You have a couple of them, and they're still very powerful looking to me. So I said, what about bringing them back? They said, sir, it would be no good. Why do you say that? The new battleship that we have, which I've seen and helped design, I put a little more spirit in the hull, a little more, give me a little bit more hull. And I want that ship to look gorgeous, you know. Forget about stealth. They say, oh, it's stealth. They design ugly equipment for stealth. Well, we're designing great-looking equipment, also stealth. But I said, well, what about bringing them back? Sir, the new ships, the new battleships that we have almost very soon under construction will be, listen to this, 100 times more powerful than the ships that we got to see in the 1940s. Think of that, 100 times more powerful. We need that. This way nobody messes with us, right? We need it. For every service member in our military, this historic investment also includes a well-deserved, across-the-board pay raise, not including 1776. And at my request just before Christmas, we did the, and really in honor of the 250th anniversary, we did that little special payment, which everybody appreciated, and it was an honor for me to do it. As part of the one big beautiful bill that we got approved, which was amazing because it really encompasses all 4 years of the term, we'll also be investing over $1 billion to improve on-base housing, and a lot more than that at Fort Bragg. We're going to be doing, if we get the congressman's wish, we're going to be doing a lot more than that. We're also going to spend billions of dollars on improving here and around the area. We're going to make it great because the people in this area have been so incredible. The spirit they had. When they changed the name of this base, the spirit, not even military people, they were so proud of that name, Bragg. They said, we have to bring it back and keep the area safe. It's a great area. In fact, I'm thinking about moving here someday. Maybe I'll move here with our great movie star. We'll move here with our First Lady. We'll move to Fort Bragg. Would you like that, darling? She loves you. It's a possibility. Actually, it's not a bad idea because we love it. But we want to keep this area safe, and we can't do that without the leaders. And your ex-governor is not one of them. It'd be a disaster if he got in. And one of the things that I just mentioned and saw, you saw the monster that killed an innocent young Ukrainian girl a couple of months ago, slitting her throat from behind. And this was the man, the governor, that allowed this man to get out and to do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. Everybody knew he was trouble. Many, many crimes. One of the worst pasts I've ever seen. And she sat down. She had her throat slit. And that's not going to happen with Michael Watley, that I can tell you. So I just want to tell you it's very important because our military has to be protected. Our people have to be protected. And they will decimate our military. Every time you come in as a Republican, and a lot of Republicans, they come in, they don't do anything about it. I do beyond what anyone's ever done, not even close. To give you all of the equipment you need, we're also purchasing 30 new and modified Abrams tanks. Still the best tank, right? Still? It was named in honor of Stacey Abrams. Only a few very political people would understand that. Congratulations. Thank you very much for a great name, Stacey. But brand new Abrams tanks, 48 new Black Hawk Chinook and King Stallion helicopters, the best in the world, the latest equipment, and 86 armored multi-purpose fighting vehicles, all of the things that you've been wanting to get, all brand new. And we're going to be reviving our strength. We're going to be doing many other things that nobody thought was even possible. And we're actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of the United States, and very simply put, America first. You know, it's all about America first. We were putting America last. These people that were running our country were putting us last. We're now America first. And we'll help other countries. We have a very good relationship with NATO, but NATO took advantage of us for many years. We were paying for almost 100% of NATO. Now they're paying their own bills. I got them to pay. We took them from not paying 2% GDP to paying in full 5% GDP. Big difference, like day and night. With the help of our military, we stopped the invasion on our southern border for 9 straight months. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States, and that's done by the radical left. Those charts are made up by the radical left, so I can't imagine that they could be wrong, because it seems hard to believe we could have had 0. My friends, these are early supporters. I have so many supporters up here. How the hell did you get into the military base? It's amazing. I'm a little worried about that. Let's check security. But no, I have so many. You know, I have women from North Carolina. It's about 50 or 60 of them. And they followed me all over the place. Where are they? Here? They got to be here. Oh, yeah, there they are. They're great. Oh, there they are. There are sometimes 50. And I don't know what the hell's going on with their husband, because they're, you know, traveling to California. They're all over the place. But they've gone to almost 200 rallies. And it's so great. It's so great. We have Susie Wiles here also, who's the first female chief of staff, and she's done a fantastic job, and she's standing right next to those great patriots from North Carolina. No, they would go all over. It didn't matter where I was. Sometimes I'd see them, like, I made a speech in London. They ended up being, they must be pretty wealthy. That's all I know, because they do a lot of traveling. But thank you very much for being here and for your support for years, because they were there right at the beginning, 2015, even 2015, before we started. Some of them were there before I even announced. They said, he'll be a good president. We need a good president. But they're amazing patriots. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And last summer, I ordered devastating strikes on Iran's key nuclear facilities, and something that was called Operation Midnight Hammer. That's exactly what it was. 1 o'clock in the morning at midnight with no moon. You couldn't see a thing. And I got the message, sir, they have entered Iranian airspace. And I got to see it all take place. It was amazing. The B-2s, the flying wing. And I didn't understand the B-2s until then, but now I understand them very well. So does he. We just ordered a lot more. The super-duper new model, right? But they flew in. They were totally undetected. And those pilots, I met the pilots. I had them down to the White House, the Oval Office. I gave them all medals, actually. And I said, did you really like doing this stuff? You know, they're flying into very hostile territory. And they said, sir, we couldn't wait. In fact, they wanted to wait. You saw what was happening. People wanted to wait. And the pilots and their commander called me and said, sir, we're ready to go. Don't worry about that. That weather's nothing. We want to go, sir. We want to go. Now, if it were me, I'd say, take it easy. Let's relax. But, you know, you people have a lot of courage. Amazing, amazing. So we gave them medals. But that was Operation Midnight Hammer, achieving total obliteration of the Iran nuclear potential capability, totally obliterated. And think every single one of those 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, which happens to be an air shaft that goes directly into the facility. I don't think they'll be building air shafts anymore. That's not a good concept. They wanted to get a little air. They wanted to get a little fresh air. It didn't work out too well. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the weapons. No other country has the skill. No other country has the guts. And no other country has the extraordinary warriors that we have. We have the best warriors in the world. Because you can have the greatest equipment, but if you don't have the warriors, the equipment doesn't mean much. Last month, we proved this truth once again when some of our greatest soldiers, right here, to ever live, frankly, successfully captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice, where he's now, right now, waiting. And that was an amazing night. People saw that. They've never seen anything like it. You know, it's a pretty military country. It was a big base, one of the biggest bases in South America where he lived. And it was in a matter of minutes before he was on a helicopter being taken out of there. They had to go through steel doors. The steels were like, it was like paper mache. You know what paper mache is? That's weak paper. These guys blasted through every door. They got up to him before he got to the big safe, but that wouldn't have worked either because they had equipment that was going to knock that out in a matter of minutes. But he never got there. It went so fast. Think of it, in a matter of minutes, when people realize what happened, they're looking up and there's the helicopter heading back to aircraft carriers. So that night, the entire world saw what the full military might of the U.S. military is capable of. And that was an unbelievable operation, but that was a smaller operation. But it was so precise, so incredible. Nobody thought a thing like that could happen. They even talk about the discombobulator because they never got a shot off. The Russian equipment didn't work. The Chinese equipment didn't work. Everyone's trying to figure out why it didn't work. Someday you're going to find out. But it didn't work. It's nice when you can fly in and not get shot at. Although we did have 3 helicopter pilots who were wounded pretty badly in the legs, landing, and a couple of machine gunners seemed to have made it through a thicket of bombs, but they were taken out rapidly by our snipers who were stationed on platforms, actually unbelievable helicopter platforms all the way the line, and they were taken out immediately. And those pilots were incredible and really brave. I may see some of them very shortly. They were hit pretty bad in the legs. You know, they're landing a big chopper, and they're being shot at from close range by a machine gun, so that's not a comfortable feeling. They landed it perfectly, and they got out of there perfectly, and they're just brave guys and very talented, skilled people. With your help, America is winning again. America is respected again. And perhaps most importantly, we are feared by the enemies all over the globe. They fear us. And, you know, I don't like to say fear, but sometimes you have to have fear because that's the only thing that really will get the situation taken care of. We have a situation right now where we sent a very big carrier group to Iran. I'd love to see if we could make a deal. They've been difficult to make a deal. I thought we would have had a deal last time. They wish they did, and that's where we did Midnight Hammer. But with the restored strength and the tremendous power that we've now built up over the last number of years, even though there was an interlude with Biden, who is the worst president in the history of our country. But the interlude, fortunately, was ended quickly, and we started the process again and built upon what we had already done the first 4 years. But we're also bringing peace all over the world. I ended 8 wars in just 10 months. 8 wars are ended. And we have a couple of more to go, but one in particular, Russia-Ukraine. It's a mess. It's a horrible thing. And I think we'll get there. It takes 2 to tango. You have to remember that. And we have to get there. Tremendous casualties, number of casualties. There's a war that if we were involved in that war, it would have been over very quickly and effectively, but we're not, fortunately. In fact, we're not spending any money. We are spending and sending weapons to NATO. And because of the increase from 2% to 5% of GDP that the NATO countries are paying, they pay us full for the weapons. And then they distribute the weapons to mostly, I guess, Ukraine, but that's up to them. They buy them. And we do make the greatest weapons of any country in the world by far, most effective weapons. So my message to all of the warriors here today is that your commander-in-chief supports you totally. I support you more than... I know you've had a couple of good ones, not that many if you want to know the truth, but we support you more than any of them, and you're going to get out, and when needed, you're going to fight, fight, fight. You're going to win, 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 and we're going to continue to make our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and that's exactly where we are right now. We are the most respected country anywhere in the world, and I say it. The King of Saudi Arabia told me when I was there, he spent $2 trillion. We have $18 trillion being invested right now in our country from other companies and countries all over the world. The most any country's ever had is $3 trillion. That was a long time ago, and it didn't happen to be us. It was another country. It starts with a C. Can you imagine what I'm talking about? China. But we have $18 trillion being invested. As an example, in the Biden 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. Think of this, less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have $18 trillion in 11 months because we haven't gotten the final numbers on the 12th month, so that's only going to go up. There's never been anything like it. But the King of Saudi Arabia looked at me and says, you know, a year and a half ago, I thought the United States of America was finished. I thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and you're a very, very big part of it. Thank you to the Army. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you also to our great politicians. They're great leaders, and they love you as much as I do. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Donald J. Trump, everybody. So I don't understand what the confusion is with requiring photo ID. Nobody is implementing anything new. You have to identify yourself to be able to vote. I don't understand what is so complicated about that. Here's two things, okay? Here's two things. If you want to open a bank account, no, this is not the two things, but if you want to open a bank account, you got to have an ID. If you want to travel internationally, you need a passport. If you want to go between here, Canada, and Mexico, you need a passport. If you want to make a change in the elections, do you not think that it would be okay for you to show a passport, to show a birth certificate with your license number, with your license or ID? Nobody's forcing you to buy a new identification. We're simply asking that you have your identification, passport, birth certificate. Do you not have those documents? Why would you make excuses? I don't understand, because I believe that is just an excuse, and to say that the 24th Amendment of the Constitution prohibits that. So what? Do you not have a job? What is the problem? So if you don't want to travel, you want to be stuck in your little country house, and you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to drive. You don't need a bank account. You don't have a job because you need to have an ID. You got to prove that you're a citizen in order to get a job. Do you not have a job? You got to show, if you are an adult, you got to have proof to show that you are legally allowed to work in this country. That's every state. Do you have a job? Yes or no? Are you a business owner? Yes or no? Either way, you got to use a social security number. That social security number is going to ping to who the owner of that social security number is. Would you be okay with an illegal immigrant having your social security, having them go make an ID because you don't want to make an ID? How is that going to work? It shouldn't just be for voting. It's not just for voting. The argument is that you already have an ID to buy a house, to drive, to make a business, to get a job, to open a bank account, to go into a club, to buy cigarettes, to buy alcohol. You have to have an ID. To register for school, you need an ID, a birth certificate. You have to prove your identity. Thank you, Baba. So I don't take any excuses. It's not unconstitutional. Not unconstitutional at all. Let's go ahead and read the 24th Amendment here in the Washington State Constitution. 24th Amendment, which prohibits poll taxes in federal elections. Poll taxes is not an ID, but let's go ahead and read it. Let's look into it. It was passed by Congress. By Congress means it can be changed in this exactly what is happening right now. By Congress on August 27, 1962, and it was subsequently ratified by the necessary number of states and certified on January 23, 1964. The amendment was crucial for removing financial barriers, such as poll taxes. I don't know what the hell you think poll taxes is, but whatever. That prevented many citizens, particularly African Americans in the South, from voting in federal elections. So by now, after the 1964, you are going to tell me, and this is the argument that the Democrats always use, you're going to tell me that black people don't know how to get an ID today. You don't have to go buy an extra ID to vote. And even if you did, so what? You're going to tell me that black people can afford $25 for an ID? $30 for an ID? What is the problem with that? Go ahead. If you need to pay for an ID and if you need ID to vote, you need to pay to vote. No, that's not what it's saying. It is a requirement for you as a citizen to identify yourself. It is a law. You have to be able to prove you are who you are. If you're undocumented or illegal, well, you're going to go somewhere, but you can't stay here. You better have some type of paper that proves that you belong in this country. Otherwise, you're going to get deported to a country that can take anybody. There's going to be no sanctuary city in Washington. None. Everybody has the responsibility to carry ID. You cannot get a permit to carry a gun if you don't have an ID. If you go vote and you don't have an ID, what is to stop Pedro or Juan for voting in our elections? Since you want to care so much about the poll tax, since you think we're living in the 60s, gosh, got it, bro. Come on. That's like over 50 years ago. Over 60 years. Over 60 years. 6 decades. 6 decades, and you still can't afford a damn ID. What a damn shame. I'm going to tell you right now, that is shameful that Democrats use that poor-ass excuse to allow illegal immigrants to vote. Now, after I have done scolding you and exhorting you, I can tell you that in Honduras, the country where I come from, your ID, it's free. Your first ID is free because they want you to vote and they want to make sure that you have an ID. In Honduras, you cannot open a bank account. I'm sure you can't do it here without ID either, right? Yeah. So if you have no ID, it is shameful, bro. It is shameful. It is shameful to think that you can afford $25, $30 for an ID in order for you to secure the voting system, the elections, to make sure that only Americans can vote. I can't believe that you are making that excuse. It's like there is a lot of more morons like Bob Ferguson in Everett. What a damn shame. I went to school learning to be a patriot. I learned my civics. And you know what? The Constitution, of course, is there to protect us. But what we're reading here, these poll taxes, to say that this IDs, just because they were not available back in the day for black people, you're going to tell me that that is unconstitutional today in 2026 when everybody has an ID? How does that even make sense? That's what's shameful. That 6 decades later, you think that is still unconstitutional. It's not unconstitutional because it has now made mandatory and available for everybody to get an ID. That's why it's being passed to Congress. So that you people don't have an excuse. See, this is why our country is going down the toilet. This is the mentality that destroys our state. Bro, you can laugh all you want, but your mentality, your lack of effort to sacrifice more for Washington State tells me you don't deserve Washington State to be better. You want Washington State to be better? Get with the program. Help national security. Help Washingtonians have a fair, clean election. How is it that an immigrant that comes to this country, respecting the law, becomes a resident, becomes a naturalized American citizen? How is it that I understand the famous words of our president? Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That is a huge sacrifice. Are you serious? Unconstitutional? Are you serious? What about illegal immigrants? What about undocumented people? Is that constitutional to be undocumented? I get you, Baba. I get you. The argument that you cannot have an ID, for Pete's sakes, bro, that is the dumbest, stupidest argument. To force you, if we didn't have IDs, I get it. Maybe you have 1 point if we don't have IDs, if we don't need IDs for anything. But how is it possible that you call this unconstitutional when you need an ID to buy smokes, to buy beer, to rent an apartment, to be able to travel, to be able to drive, to get a license, to get a job? Come on, man. No. Which article or amendment is illegal immigration violating? Are you kidding me? It's federal law that they're violating. Every single state has signed in the Constitution that immigration law belongs to the federal government, and they are here to enforce illegal immigration. Which, by the way, the Constitution of the United States of America overrides the Constitution of Washington State. 100%. Read it. Read the Washington Constitution. The United States Constitution overrides it. "24th Amendment, my ass." That is no longer valuable today. But don't worry. Once that voter ID goes through, it doesn't matter what your 24th Amendment says right now. If it doesn't get through the Senate, the Congress and Senate, which it has, President Trump will make it mandatory by an executive law. You called it unconstitutional, so which section of the Constitution prohibits it? Should be an easy question. What are you talking about? I feel like I've answered this question many times. What are you talking about? Anchor baby. I don't know, Baba, who you're talking about. Don't get me in trouble. There's too many anchor babies in this country, I know. It is unconstitutional, my friend. If you're talking about the immigration, it is unconstitutional. Why? Because it's breaking federal law. And the federal law is constitutionally put in place in the United States of America, and every state has to abide by it. That's unconstitutional. When the governors, mayors, don't abide by federal law that is actually given for immigration enforcement, That is a violation of the Constitution of the United States of America, which is why we always say, why are these people not in jail? No, it's the Constitution, period. Federal agents have the jurisdiction, according to the Constitution, and states, governors and mayors cannot oppose it. Hence, I said there will be no sanctuary cities in Washington state. Thank you, Brian. Federal law overrules state law. Go do some research. Go find out why can states not stop federal agents from enforcing immigration law. It is unconstitutional, my friend. It is very unconstitutional. Listen, I'm not an encyclopedia. I know the information is in there. I don't have the memory of a genius. This is why we have different departments. This is why we have different branches of government. Do you think that Congress knows everything that the executive branch does? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let me see what the amendment is on that. Let me see. Let's take a look. Let's see. Not that. The Civil War guarantee. No. I forgot which amendment it was. But the point is, you can do your own research. I told you what I said. Sanctuary cities are unconstitutional. Why are they unconstitutional? They don't. Lord, they don't. They don't know the Constitution either. No, they don't. They don't know the Constitution because they violate it all the time. Just like Bud Ferguson is doing right now, making a state income tax. And you over here, so you're defending this whole having to show ID, but you're defending adding taxes to the people? You don't fight that unconstitutional problem to add income tax, a state income tax. You're okay with that, but you have a problem with poll tax. Do me a favor, don't be a hypocrite. If you're gonna fight me on a one argument, don't dismiss the other. Rishan, I don't know what country in India you live, but I travel back and forth between my country of birth and the United States all the time with my American passport. So I will say, no, I don't know the whole Constitution. If I need to know if something is lawful, I'll go look for it. You really think that all these people know the Constitution? Not in Washington, Johnny. Not in Washington State. Not in Washington State. It's not constitutional. That's why not all states have it. California has a state tax, which is killing their people. California's state tax is killing people. Now tell me something. Why is it that President Donald Trump and Republicans are always trying to cut taxes and Democrats just want to increase taxes? Why would you have a problem with a voter ID, calling it unconstitutional, and yet ignore the fact that they are trying to do an unconstitutional increase or adding a state income tax. You cannot fight me on one and forget about the other. You better fight me on both of them. You tell me why you think one is unconstitutional when it's giving you the same thing, basically, and not the other. I want to know how you went into the logic, Lord. How did you go into the logic of, oh, wait a minute, voter ID is a poll tax. Oh, shit, yeah, you can't do that. Wait, what do you mean state income tax? It's also a property tax. How does that work? What the hell, man? Come on. You're an Everett. Shit, I expected better from you. Maybe Everett's still as ghetto as I remember it. Very disappointed. Very disappointed. Let me tell you when I'm going to go to the Constitution. I want to do this. Oh, wait a minute. Can I do this? Can we do this? Can we put this? Can we make this a law? Can we add this? Can we take this away? That's when you look for the information. You are an idiot if you think that every politician knows every single document. You are crazy. You are well mistaken. Well mistaken. Bob Ferguson thinks that he's doing the right thing by adding state income tax, and he's supporting it 100%. It's unconstitutional. He's a lawyer, for Pete's sakes. He's a lawyer. Of course he knows that there's angles to it. How come he doesn't find an angle for voter ID, but he finds an angle to increase taxes? Lord, if you're ignorant, if you're an idiot, I'm going to call you for what you are. You're ignorant. It is what it is. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make Washington State better. You are probably one of those people that think that the United States Constitution belongs to the world. Not me. I believe that the Constitution is for we, the people, the ones who have the right to vote. That's who the Constitution is for. No, there's no irony. There's no irony on it. But I think it's very moronic that an immigrant loves this country more than I'm assuming that you're a born citizen. I'm assuming. Maybe you're an illegal immigrant. I don't know. But I think it's very moronic that an immigrant that comes to this country loves the United States so much more that is willing to make a sacrifice to get an ID to be able to give something back to the state, to give some security, some sense of honesty, and say, hey, I know this is what it was back then, but I can get my passport. I can get an enhanced ID. I have an enhanced ID. The enhanced ID shows me that I am a citizen of this country. Oh, wait, is that unconstitutional? Is that unconstitutional? Because I believe this is going to be mandatory to have enhanced IDs. This has been going on for 2 decades now. They've been trying to put these enhanced IDs on there. You got to bring your passport. You got to bring your birth certificate if you're born here. And then you got to show that you're an American citizen. You got to show that you're a resident. If people didn't cheat on elections, who cares? That's fantastic. But there is too much, okay, you're cheating, they're cheating. Well, now we need something different. We are no longer in the 60s. 6 decades later, my friend, 6 decades. If that 24th Amendment is a problem, it needs to be reamended. If it needs to be reamended, we can add another amendment to the Constitution. If that one needs to happen, then it needs to happen. But it bugs me that people like you, I'm assuming that you're an American, that people like you would be against this. That you would literally look into the Constitution and say, oh my God, I got a license. Now you want me to use it to vote? Oh, that's unconstitutional. That's unconstitutional. My license, Washington State license. My passport, American passport. American passport. License. Honduras ID. You know how I open my bank account? With an ID. No government is forcing me to get an ID to go vote. What they're telling me is, we need you to show us the ID that you already have so that you can prove who you are. Because they don't know us. They don't know who we are. That's not unconstitutional to show that you really are a citizen and that you have the right to vote. And Craig, and you can be an illegal immigrant. They don't care. That is the problem. I have at least 4 different forms of identification for myself with picture ID. I don't know, man. I was very hopeful with this guy because he's from Everett. But now with that mentality, man, I don't know if he's just testing me. I don't know if he's just another Democrat. I really don't know where he stands. I hope that he's messing. I hope he's messing with me. I hope he's messing with me because if the majority of the Washingtonians think the way this guy thinks, there's nothing I can do to help. There is nothing I can do to help. You cannot register to vote if you're not a citizen. Yeah. You know what, Team Hype? I wish you were right. I wish you were right. I wish you were right. See, recent days of the parents people that say, let's say, blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to find something for you. Let's see here. This is March 17, 2025. Clock is ticking for Washingtonians without a real ID. Let's take a listen to what this is all about.
With winter winding down, you may be among the many travelers we're already seeing itching to get up into the skies and somewhere warm and sunny. But know this, starting May 7th, if you don't have a real ID, you may face some trouble getting through TSA. In less than 2 months, the TSA will begin requiring that travelers show what's called a real ID. So do you have your real ID yet? No. Real ID?
I do not.
Do you have a real ID?
I do not. So what does that mean for me if I don't?
It means if you want to board a flight after May 7th, even within the U.S., you may get denied by the men and women in blue unless you have an acceptable alternative on you.
I have a passport, and I'll just start carrying the passport card with me if I travel, like, in the U.S.
But not everyone feels comfortable bringing their passport with them everywhere. Plus, it's, like, valuable.
Yeah, I know, and I don't want to have to put it in a safe every time I go to a hotel and everything, so.
Congress passed the Real ID Act 2 decades ago to fight terrorism and identity theft. It then suffered a series of delays, including the pandemic. Here in Washington, our real IDs are what is...
Did you hear what she said? Listen.
Passed the Real ID Act 2 decades ago to fight terrorism and identity theft.
To fight terrorism and identity theft. Guess what that does to our elections? Did you want me to play that again?
Act 2 decades ago to fight terrorism and identity theft. It then suffered a series.
Do you think that's a national security issue? I believe so. Do you believe that 6 decades later, do you think it's time that some changes are made to the Constitution? I believe so. I believe so. I don't know what else to
Delays,
tell you.
including the pandemic. Here in Washington, our real IDs are what is called an enhanced ID or driver's license, as indicated by that American flag emblem by my photo. The process to get one of these is more thorough than typical.
Did you hear that? The process is more thorough to get one. Your tax poll argument, it's weak.
You get to the Department of Licensing, you'll need to show
Your poll
staff
tax.
2 separate printed out documents that prove you live in Washington. For example, your gas and electric bill and your car registration from Washington.
Wow.
Meantime, the airport just keeps getting...
So you actually have to have more documentation to be able to get an ID. Wow.
busier.
Imagine
so it's
that.
Best to know before you go.
It's not the end of the world for me. It's nice that right now it's just with driver's license.
Yeah.
But that being said, I don't know. I got to learn more about the real ID.
Yes, and so does the Lord. Lord Crimson. What else do we have on ID?
And then for the drive test, which a lot of students are confused. So the drive test service, there's either a...
Let me ask you something. Why do you need a driver's license? To be able to drive a car legally. Okay. Why do you need to be able to drive a car legally? Now, maybe there's no bus route to your job. Why do you have to have a bank account? Why do you have to show an ID to have a bank account? First thing that ICE is going to see is my American passport, numbnuts.
It's a drive test or a warm-up with drive test. Now, if you only go for a drive test only, do you need a permit? And the answer is no. Exactly, is no. Well, just only need to know who you are because we can issue you a temporary authorization for drive test only. But if you are going for a warm-up with a drive test prior to the drive test, then you will need some type of document as a permit, Washington state permit, or a out-of-country's driver license. Some student will bring us, like, for example, oh, I have...
What are you talking about, the 14th Amendment? You are new to my channel, I get it. We talked about all this all the time, bro. I don't have everything memorized, bro. $14th Amendment. Now you're going back to the birthright issue. Yeah, the courts, the Supreme Courts are they're numbnuts over there as well. So we it's not like we can trust the Supreme Court to do their job. All you need is somebody to be paid and bought for, somebody to have the same ideology as you do, and you have whatever you want from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is no longer what it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be blind with justice. But these guys are activist judges. You got too many activists in government, and we need to get rid of that. Yeah, the way that you interpret the 24th Amendment, bro, it's I just think that it's very moronic that 6 decades later you will make that argument. I wish you would just say, hey, you know what, this is what the 24th Amendment says. Maybe we should change it. That would have made a lot more sense to me. But the fact that you're using that to make an excuse to not get a voter ID, I know Democrats have taught you that. I know that. You think Americans automatically know, oh, the 24th Amendment says that we can have an ID to vote. Oh, the poll tax. Oh, the poll tax. Nobody knows that shit, man. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the Constitution, bro. Yeah, the way you interpret it. The way you interpret it. Let's read it together, because I know in the 60s, I understand it. But 6 decades later is what I'm saying. You still interpret it this way as if nobody can get an ID. That is my problem. That you think nobody can get an ID still. Ratified in January 1964, the 24th Amendment. 1964, the 24th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits Congress and the states from conditioning the right to vote in federal elections on payments of a poll tax or other types of tax. What? What tax? So so just from reading that right there, before we get to the ID, just reading that right there. The 24th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits Congress and the states from conditioning the right to vote in federal elections on payment of a poll tax or other types of tax. I never saw buying an ID or my license as a tax. I'm surprised you do. And by the way that these people interpret it here, it says it is aimed to eliminate. Listen to this. It is aimed to eliminate financial barriers. They couldn't afford it. They didn't have money. So you're being racist by thinking that black people are still poor. Black people are poor, according to your 24th Amendment. That, to me, my friends, is racist. It aimed to eliminate financial barriers that disenfranchise low-income citizens and African Americans in the South. In the South. Where are we, bro? Northwest. Not one slave in the Northwest in Washington. That tells me the South. Very specific, the South. This is not the South. So why are you taking it? Why are you making use of that if this is not the South? The South is the one that had that problem. We don't have that problem. Oh, man. You're so lost. You are so lost. All right, let's read some. Oh, the Jim Crow law. Oh, the Jim Crow law. We got to go listen to some CNN to hear about the Jim Crow. I got to go find this. I got to find it. Let me see. Let's go find this. I got to go find it. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if this is it. Hold on. Let me see. All right, let me get rid of this crap. We're done with the president. Love you, President Trump. Let's take a look. Let's see if it's this one. Oh man, come on. I hate it when it makes me log in and I always forget my damn passwords in here. Come on. I got to find it. Why is it giving me that? It's giving me a link, but it's not taking me to where I want to go. Oh, it's because somebody else is showing it. Okay, let's take a look.
A heated debate online. The discussion was over the Save America Act, a bill that requires voters to prove they are U.S. citizens when they register to vote and requires them to show a valid photo ID at polling places. Take a listen to this spicy exchange.
The SAVE Act, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is actually going to continue to disenfranchise overwhelmingly a lot of people of color. There are so many civil rights organizations that have run the data.
Are you saying that black voters are too dumb to know what's good for them? I mean, it sounds pretty condescending.
Holy shit, did he just say the same thing that I said? Listen, nobody cares about the Constitution only when they want to make a point about what they want. But I'm going to respect the Constitution, and I'm going to make sure that it gets respected. But to have moronic ideas, racist ideas like this, I will make sure that I bring that up. I am very glad that you are against me on this, because this is definitely something, and I hope that my members here that are with me will remind me to bring this up and to remind American Washingtonians what their responsibility is as citizens of this state. I think it's going to be a great thing to do.
Just to be clear,
that's not you get 3/4 of black voters who want voter ID.
The host, Abby Phillips, tried to clarify the concerns that some have with the bill, which led to this.
Most Americans don't have a passport. Many Americans don't have access to their birth certificate. Many women, a majority of women who change their name.
Fools will always be fools and will stay in punishment as long as they continue to be fools.
For marriage, have to provide additional proof that they've changed their legal names in order to register to vote.
I have heard Democrats
Scott,
make these same arguments.
Why don't you actually respond to the substance of what I'm saying?
I am, and
as
the substance
opposed
is
to
this.
making this about something that it's not.
You're saying,
it's not just about
saying
voter ID.
married
It's
women,
also about
black
who has
voters,
access
and rural people are too stupid to figure out how to register to vote.
That exchange happened on Wednesday night, the same evening that the House passed the bill by a slim 5-vote margin. Now heads to the Senate, where it's racked up at least 49 co-sponsors, according to Senator Mike Lee on X.
But those concerns about accessibility persist among civil rights advocates and among Democrats on the Hill. According to the BBC, an estimated 21 million Americans do not have documents proving their citizenship readily available, and 2.6 million lack any form of government-issued photo ID. And many are especially concerned about the barriers this.
So I like this comment right here. Look at this. So they say an estimated 21 million Americans do not have documents proving their citizenship. Now, I give the little quote that it says on here, readily available, meaning that they have it, if they have it. If they don't have any documentation to prove they're American citizens, why do they call them Americans? See, I have a problem with that. Yeah, Lord, you don't think like an independent. You think like a Democrat. You think you're an independent, but you're just ashamed of the Democrats. I understand that, but I'm not ashamed of being Washingtonian. Don't put words in my mouth. Other people don't care about the Constitution, but I do. And what you are using as an excuse to tell black people that they are so broke, it is racist to use that excuse. And I think that, my friend, is a problem, and I don't need racists supporting me.
Bill may introduce for people who have undergone a name change, like married women. Take a listen to Illinois Congresswoman Lauren Underwood.
The Save America Act would require your passport or your birth certificate to match your current name in order to be able to vote. If y'all got married and changed your name, your birth certificate would not match your current name. Nearly 69 million women in America have a birth certificate that does not match their current name, and therefore 69 million American women would no longer be eligible to vote.
Aww.
But despite the concerns, voter ID laws are incredibly popular. Here's CNN's own analyst, Harry Enton.
I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a hard...
People like you people, don't care about the Constitution. Just in the same example, like a lot of people that come in here and tell me that I'm not a Christian when they themselves don't even follow the Bible as Christians. You act all high and mighty with the 24th Amendment, but you don't even follow the Constitution because you allow illegal immigrants to break it. So shut the hell up and go to sleep.
Time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this.
Look at that.
Voter ID is not...
Oh, man, look at this. All these people don't care about the Constitution, man. All of these people, look at that. 85% of white people don't care about the Constitution. 82% Latinos don't care about the Constitution. 76% of blacks don't care about the Constitution. Why is it that you give a shit about the Constitution besides the idea that you are actually a racist person? See, everybody, white, Latinos, and blacks, the majority of us, we think that we are all equal. And we think that we are all capable of the same things. We're not slaves. We're not three-quarter people. We all have the same rights. And if white people can get voter ID, we can get voter ID. Hispanics can get voter IDs. Blacks can get voters ID. Why is it that you have to be so racist to think that black people cannot, poor people cannot go and get an ID? I call that lazy.
Controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race.
What? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me.
The president has also come out in favor of the legislation alongside big names like Elon Musk and even...
These people are crazy. They think we're equal? These people think that we are all equal. That's crazy. Stop it. Stop it. They think we're all equal? What is wrong with these people? Unbelievable. Can you believe this, Baba? These people think that we are all equal, like you and me are equal. That is nonsense. Nonsense.
Nicki Minaj, the rapper and recent Trump ally, has been seen active on social media urging people to call their representatives to pass the bill despite not being a U.S. citizen herself. I think she said she is a U.S. citizen and she got her Trump gold card, so I'm not sure.
Nicki Minaj is not a U.S. citizen.
If we have that actually on record, but she said that she's been a citizen for a while, so I don't know what the actual deal is. I'm taking that from her ex account.
Yeah, good for her. Look, I love when people bring up the married women who changed their last name thing. Been there, done that. Mm-hmm. My maiden name was Athey. Changed it when I got married. And if you went through the process of changing your name, then you would have all of the documents that you need to register to vote. When you change your name, you have to get a new social security card. If you have a passport, you have to get a new passport. If you have a driver's license, you have to get a new driver's license. And throughout that process, you have to present your...
And that's only if you change your last name, which you don't have to. It's more convenient, but you don't have to.
Original birth certificate, and then your marriage license, which is provided to you. You get 3 copies free when you file those with your local government office. So everything you need is right there. And you would have already had to do that, by the way, again, to be able to drive, to be able to get a mortgage, to pay rent, all of those things. So to me, bringing up the married women changing the last name thing is a little bit silly. The process is already annoying just because you have to go wait in the Social Security office.
A lot of people told me
right?
about how long it is.
It does take a long time, but if you're already doing it, you have all the documents that you need to register to vote or to show the ID at the polling place.
I think the numbers are just what they are. Like you saw the polling at CNN that most people are in support of this. And when you talk to people that are probably in both of our worlds, they're like, what's the problem?
Right.
And I think what the concern, particularly because we can't really relate in this space that we're in, is that there are people that actually don't have photo ID. And so there are just real concerns that exist there. 18% of citizens over the age of 65 don't actually just have their photo ID readily available. This is 16% of Latino voters, 25% of Black voters, 15% of low-income voters. So, there's a concern for the marriage change also because if people don't go through all the steps, a lot of people get married and maybe didn't do it. Like one of my friends didn't do it for 2 years. She didn't go through the actual name change and she got married. And that's, I don't know why. You call it irresponsible. You can call it wasting time. She didn't go through the proper documentation and get her license changed and all that stuff. She should, but she didn't.
Well,
and I think
in that case, she could still use her birth certificate because her name wouldn't have been legally changed.
Right, if she has it readily available. And I think that even the law, if you look at it, it just appears to be neutral, right? It's just neutral to supporters. But when you think about the elderly voters, the low-income voters, recently married voters, or the rural voters, you have to remember that some people don't have their original birth certificate. They may not even have a passport to be like that second support of showing your identity. A lot of people in this country don't have their passport. Replacing those documents requires fees. It requires travel. Some people actually don't have access to travel. Again, it's not really in my world, so that's why it's easy for people on TV to say they can't relate to this because we can easily travel and live in big cities for the most part. A study from last year showed that 1 in 4 households are living paycheck to paycheck. That's a reality in this country. The census showed that 10% to 11% of Americans are living below the poverty line. That's a reality in this country. So when you think about birth certificates, passports, transportations, time off work, no Wi-Fi, things that maybe don't make sense in our particular world, there are a lot of reasons why people probably aren't able to get access to things that most people are saying, this is so easy, this is so silly, just solve it. And so that's probably part of the argument that's coming that should have been made as they're discussing it. There's actually just realistic things happening in today's society that may not be relatable to the person on TV discussing it, but people at home who are less fortunate or have hindrances or are not as mobile are like, I don't have time or time off work to go do these things.
Yeah, I grew up in a small rural town, so I definitely knew people who struggle with those things. I mean, I certainly wasn't raised well off, but I never knew anybody that didn't have access to a driver's license, a birth certificate, social security card. A lot of those documents you can actually get in the mail if you pay like a $10 fee. I mean, I know $10 is worth more to some people than others, but I do think a lot of this just comes down to if you're not willing to put in the work to get the driver's license, maybe I'll say the quiet part out loud, should you really be voting?
Well, that's the thing. It's like basically the law is like, well, if you're going to be lazy in this regard, you don't deserve to vote. But we have made in this country that everybody deserves to vote, no matter which perspective we want to judge them from. I could say that when I get married, I'm going to go change my documents immediately. And I might not have my birth certificate, but if I don't do it, then I don't deserve to vote. But I don't believe that's true. It might be that I was super busy.
So let me ask something. So if you get married, right, why was it easy for you to go and change your name? If you change your name, that's a lot of process there. There's a lot of things that can stop you from changing your name legally. You got to go to Social Security. There is a lot more if you get married. So what's the problem? I really don't understand, and I really find that it's more of an excuse. It really is more of an excuse. Now I want to say something. I was in Honduras for a few weeks. I just got back here a couple days ago. You know, for the elections in Honduras, the government they launched a program that it has always been mandatory to have ID, and you also have to get a thumbprint on ink on your voting paper, okay? Everybody knows you voted because you have that ink on your thumb, and you have to have that ID or license. So they threw out something recently in Honduras, and it showed that everybody, or it gave everybody that was to get their ID for the first time will get it for free. So you don't have to pay for it, but you do have to make the time to do it. Yeah, Dennis already voted. Yes, I voted many times, but not in Honduran elections, just American elections. And ink on a thumb must be the foolproof system. It could be. What the Dow is 50,000 biatch, says Nick. Ah, man. Anyway, so the point I'm making is, here, watch. So the government made it so that everybody can get their first ID, right? Their first ID for free. So that way they can go vote, show ID, boom, fingerprint, bada bing, bada boom, everything is beautiful. Okay, the second thing is, in order for Hondurans to vote, they had to get up before sunrise, and some of them actually spend the night at the voting booths. Imagine the patriotism. Imagine the thirst for real government. Imagine the need for change of government. They spent the night outside the voting areas. They waited hours. They spent days going back and forth, showing Social Security, showing their birth certificate, showing other forms of ID to be able to get a license or a renewed ID. They spent days trying to get their papers in order to be able to vote. Why is it that here in the United States of America, nobody gives a crap? Now, when I say nobody, of course, I'm exaggerating, but you know what I'm saying. A lot of people don't care. They don't care if Mexicans come in here and vote. They will whine and bitch and complain about the 24th Amendment. Let me ask you something. Would you rather have illegal immigrants voting because you want to protect your 24th Amendment right, which is bullcrap? Or would you like only your American citizen brothers and sisters voting in the election that is going to affect your present life and the future of your children? Tell me about that. Alex, if you want to talk about the Epstein files, it's going to have to be another day, bro. It's midnight for me. We talked about Epstein files already, but yeah, I watched the hearing. If you talk about Pam Bundy, I think that to me she didn't deliver. I still love Pam Bundy, but she didn't deliver. I think she could have done better. And it's a shame that Democrats got what they wanted. They were all laughing at her because they managed to trigger her. They triggered Pam Bundy, and they all want her fired. I find it very interesting. They all want her fired. They want Kash Patel fired. They want everybody fired, and yet they don't say one peep about firing Tampon Tim, about firing Fryer, the mayor. They're not saying one peep about Bob Ferguson and the billions of dollars that he lost to Washingtonians. They're not saying anything about Pretty Face down in California also stealing billions of dollars. Or at least, if there's no proof of fraud, which I'm sure there will be, they can't say everything all at once right now, but at least he should be able to show where the money went, and they don't. And yet, no matter how horrible of a job these governors and senators do in blue cities and states, not one Democrat says we should fire these people. Not one. I got a bunch of Republicans that I would fire myself. What do you want, Captain? Captain says, be honest, Dennis. She only responded with whataboutism. Bullshit. That's a Democratic argument. You guys don't understand the questions. This is a yes or no question. No, it's not, motherfucker. It's not a yes or no question. A yes or no question is this red? A yes or no question is this red, black, or blue? That's not a yes or no question. The questions that they ask, and this is what pisses me off on both sides, not just Democrats. They got 5 minutes of questioning. And they spend the whole time, 90% of their time, accusing. Sorry, Captain. I apologize about that. They spent the whole time accusing the witness. It's a witness. it's not an accused. It's a witness. And both sides do this. Both sides do this, and I hate it because it's not cool. Allow them to answer the damn question. And if you're going to have 5 minutes and you want some real answers, limit yourself to the dumb, blaming everything on the witness. How does that help? Like, for example, what is one of the issues why she wouldn't answer yes or no? Because these hearings, well, number one, bro, they're useless. Yeah, it wasn't a court hearing, mister. I get it. I agree with you. These are stupid. I know. But we still got to listen to them so that we can see what the hell is going on. It's an oversight hearing that has no meaning whatsoever except to trigger people like you and I. That's horrible. But you know what? It is what it is. The thing is like, okay, listen. It goes both ways. They both do the same. Congress, senators, Democrats, Republicans, they all do it. It pisses me off. It's like, hey, I get it. You know this, but let him talk. Let me hear what's going on. They all do it. All right, let's go ahead and close this out. It has come to that part where I show you guys a video to end the live. Now, guys, this has been the crappiest live because we didn't get much viewage on here, but it's all good. As long as I have my beautiful patriots with me, it can be 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't matter. As long as my patriots are with me, I am happy. And you know what time it is. It's time for the crime boss. Yeah. Here we go.
In the wilds of America, Juanitos squeal. Karenitas go head-to-head with ICE agents in the streets and regret their choices. Male Karens overplay their hand, and much more unfolds. Let's dig into this feast.
Appreciate it, Karen.
I'm being arrested because Hilton is housing ICE. They are profiting off of ICE.
Let's get this straight. He's upset that a business is not discriminating against a group of people. The so-called tolerant left, my ass.
They are profiting off of our neighbors being murdered and tortured. They are making money on murder and torture.
I don't call myself a Republican. I trust President Trump because I believe that God put him in office. But I also believe that God put Biden in office. Even though they cheated, they were allowed to be in office. I don't call myself a Republican, but when I run, not if, but when I run, if I get endorsed by Republicans, 100% I am in. 100%. And it would be cool if I actually have President Donald Trump come and do a speech for me on the campaign. That would be very nice. So let me ask you this, Mr. Miss. If I was in office and you thought that I was rich and I try to make changes that would benefit corporations so that Washingtonians can have more jobs, would you just disagree with me because you would think that I'm rich? Or would you actually even consider the fact that I am trying to do something for my state? That will be the question. And I think a lot of people would fail at that. That's just me. I could be wrong.
Hilton is housing the modern-day Gestapo. While people are being murdered on the street and kidnapped, they are resting peacefully up there. We must stand up.
Looks like ICE captured an illegal or possibly a roaming Karen. Let's investigate.
Please do not get out of the car, honey. Just record and then we'll record it. Try to get license plate numbers.
Oh, Michelle, you're nasty.
Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. Claire's calling. No, I can't. I'm not gonna answer.
Accusations, no facts.
Okay, actually, stay your phone.
It's always self-inflicted. The Juanito is incapable of compliance.
Yeah. What?
I thought he was in Mexico. He's speaking Spanish.
Yes, I'm staying in my car.
I think that ICE agents should all have tasers. Just tase these mofos so that you can put the handcuffs on them. Easier to do.
What am I supposed to do?
Just hold on.
We know what I find interesting there, mister? That the fact you enjoy this. See, this is where you're going. This is where you go wrong. This is where you libtards mess up. Okay? The fact that you see ICE agents who somebody's resisting arrest, they are enforcing the law. These people broke that law. They have to enforce the law. And the fact that you say or question, oh, the fact that you enjoy this, what are you talking about? Are you not listening to the people? Are you not listening to the noise? They're defending illegal immigrants. Criminal, illegal immigrants at that. Does the Bible says welcome all evildoers into your home? If you really believe what you're saying here, which I don't believe that you're a Christian, but if you really believe what the Bible says, why don't you open the doors to your house to illegals? Let them stay in your house. Let them stay in your family's house. Don't worry, you can probably fit 10 of them in your living room. Why don't you practice that in your home? You know why you can say that? Because they're not going to come to your home. They're going to go to somebody else's. Maybe they'll use somebody else's identity. Maybe they'll go rob your house, somebody else's house. If they're not afraid of breaking the law, knowing that they will be put in jail and be deported, what makes you think, I'm talking to Miss, what makes you think that these guys are legit and that they're going to follow the law? You can't. You have nothing to say that they will.
As you can see, today's protest features America's best and brightest lawyers, doctors, and engineers.
Imagine illegal Mexicans yelling our American citizen ICE agents to get the hell out of their country. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. William, the Democrats lost over 400,000 innocent children, all minors. They decided to bring these children here, knowing they are illegal. Not only that, but it is a plan to come into this country illegally and have babies. We call them anchor babies. You're hearing it from an immigrant. I know how people talk in our countries before they come here. You cannot be that fool and stand for that. It doesn't matter if you think a big booty Latina is nice and you like her, or that you have a friend that is illegal. If you harbor criminals, what does that make you? It makes you an accomplice. And if you're an American citizen, you should be going to jail for that. See, that bothers me. I'm an immigrant that became an American citizen. It bothers me. It bothers me to see foreigners disrespecting our authority, disrespecting our police. I know you like that one, Captain. It bothers me because these are American law enforcement. They're federal agents. They enforce the immigration law. ICE is not an ice cube. It's an immigration customs enforcement. DHS. They're federal agents. They have jurisdiction everywhere in the United States of America. And I hate to see illegal immigrants. It pisses me off that illegal immigrants come over here and disrespect the American citizens. What kind of BS is that? And how can you stand for that?
Motherfucker, wish you had the boss.
Sorry, buddy, but the big booty hot Latina, they got to go as well if they're illegal. Maybe they will, you can sponsor them by marrying them. That'd be one way to citizenship.
Drop that vest and come push me again. I wish you drop that vest and come push me again. I want to see what kind of balls you have, motherfucker. That's why you're doing all this shit over here, pushing us.
So they call them cowards and insult them. And, we have our freedom of speech. We have our freedom of speech. And we're going to show the world how retarded we are. And we're going to show the world how irresponsible we are. Freedom of speech. Very, very nice.
Hey, seen that? I know. I told her to get off. I know. She texted us. Where's that motherfucker bring me? His daughter, his sister, his mama, whoever the f he wants to bring his doesn't fucking come right. That's why he's fucking over here. Don't know how to care. Losing his time over here because he don't know how to fucking her.
This is the problem with America right now. Turds like this have completely destroyed so many cities with their degeneracy.
¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Nombre es Juanito.
Habla, ¿cuál es tu nombre? ¿Cuál es tu nombre? ¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Get back. Get back.
Yes.
Speak English. You're in America.
¿Cuál es tu nombre?
These people are freaks.
This is literally out here in Upper Darby, man. Look at that. I don't know who they're catching or who they just got, but they're literally in here in Upper Darby.
That's the thing about Karens. ICE could have literally captured a terrorist or gang member wanted for 30 crimes in his home country, but they'll still complain.
Oh, this is ATF. No. This ain't ICE. This ain't ICE. This person got... No, I'm sorry. This is not ICE, bro. This is something different. Oh, shit.
Of course, he doesn't even know that ERO is enforcement and removal operations. It's immigration enforcement.
So the ATF is involved, the ICE is involved. There's a whole bunch of different people in here. I wonder what this person did. Because you're not supposed to get... How the hell you get the ATF and ICE involved in here? You have to have done some bro. Damn.
That's the alcohol.
Yeah, they got the ICE right there. Got ICE and they got ATF. Damn. Look at these guys. So there's 1, 2, 3 people that just got caught. I don't know who these people are, but if this is your family, you should definitely hit them up, bro.
I will grab you. If you test me, I will grab you. Okay. You can okay, but don't touch me.
It's always, don't touch me. It's never, yes, officer, I will comply. If they were actually afraid of law enforcement like they claim, then they would probably avoid them, not chase them down in the streets every day.
You can let enter. This is the consulate. This is the foreign government property. You can let enter. Are your cousins there? About it? Yeah. Right here. All right. Yeah.
Sí, lo estoy firmando.
No, pero ya tenía cuando... ¿Qué dices? Quisieron perseguir a las personas acá. Salí,
So the guy just said that they think that, who do they think they are? They follow the people even in here. They don't need a warrant. If they see a person of interest, somebody that they're going after, they have a warrant to go after them. Not a warrant for the building, not a warrant for the business or a house, but they have the person that they are chasing. If they go into a building and they see him, they don't need a warrant, and they can go in the building and get the person out. Now, I know that the ICE, agents and the whole immigration enforcement, they are trying to adapt to what's happening around them. So I can see, some of those people not wanting to push themselves too hard. But at the end of the day, I think that we should all support them 100%. Hi, Lisa. How are you? I see you joining.
This is the customer. Relax. Okay, relax. I did not enter. And if you touch me, I will grab you. If you touch me, I will grab you. Okay. Okay. You can okay, but don't touch me. Okay. You can all right, here we go. You cannot enter here. This is the consulate. This is the foreign government property. You cannot enter. Are you close the door? Right? Yes. Over there. Right? Yes.
Sí, sí, le estoy firmando.
No, pero ya tenía que poner. ¿Qué viste? Quisieron perseguir a las personas para acá. Salí, por eso de me tocó hablar con mi
I asked if y'all got a warrant and if I could see it. He said no.
So because you're not related to this person, we don't have to
Okay,
show
well,
you
I'm here to just observe. I have within my right to do so.
Observing does not grant you the right to see a warrant unrelated to you. They truly have no idea how law works.
But all that noise, all that stuff like that, you're impeding our investigation.
I don't know what you just said. I don't speak Spanish.
I'm not speaking Spanish.
I just heard your Spanish accent. I don't know what you said. You're speaking entirely too fast. I don't really want to engage with you, honestly.
She's complaining about a Spanish accent but wants more illegals to flood America. Make it make sense.
Just leave.
I'm just letting you know I'm here.
It's for you. This is for you to understand. Whistling, making all this noise, impeding our investigation.
How is blowing a whistle impeding?
Listen.
I'm done talking to you.
Listen.
You can get out of my space.
If you continue that, we're going to arrest you. All right? So, this is your first and last warning. Don't do it again.
I don't need $50,000 to become an ICE agent. I just can't. Physically, I have to be physically able to do it. I don't need money to enforce the law. The regular salary will do just fine. Thank you.
I will arrest you. Only saying it once.
She was too stunned to speak. Anyone waving a Mexican flag should be immediately shipped to Mexico. Yep. Good luck with the cartel.
Oh my God, ya andan los libres bolillos aquí, mire, contra los estudiantes. Oh my God. A white truck? Yeah.
And these teenagers learn from all the idiot adults that go out there and tell them that ICE is bad. Assault. This is what you want America to look like? This is what you want America to look like. The people that support this kind of junk, they make our point even more strongly. Hector says what? Hector says Dennis acts tough, probably lives with mommy. Whatever, dude. Whatever. My wife's green card expires. She's now seeking child support. Eric, so if your wife's green card is expired and she is seeking child support, she can still seek child support. She is not illegal. Just because your green card expired does not make you illegal. Now, if you get caught without it being vigilant, you'll probably spend a night in jail or a few hours being checked, but it doesn't make you illegal. The only thing happens is this: if she wants to go back to her country, she will not be allowed back into the United States of America. And no, they will not renew her green card. Bye-bye, Hector. Get the hell out of here, bro. I got patrons that have my back. I don't have to do much. But you crossed the line. The government moves down there to help out or to try to. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, in court, yeah. Hey, but she's not illegal. She can just go to an area. I don't know if it's if they have a consulate of her country, or just an embassy, I guess, and she can go in. I forget what the name of the buildings are, but she can just go in there with her ID and just said, "Hey, I need to renew my green card." There's an application to do to renew it, just like you would with a license or something, and then she can just get that, so she can travel. A work authorization, if it's expired, yes, you don't get to work. It has to be an expired. It has to be an active document. Work permits are not like green cards. You have permits to be in the country working for a certain amount of time, but you have to leave the country or you have to renew it before it expires. Otherwise, you can be deported. Eric, Denmark. Yeah, I mean, I assume that it will work the same way. So whatever embassy of her country it is, all she has to do is just go renew. As a matter of fact, she can go to, what is the website? ICCUS.gov. What the hell is it? I forget it, but it's the immigration's government. Make sure there's the official government website. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I have so many initials in my head. ICS. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, let me find it. Not that you want her to, but So depending on where you are, you're gonna go. I guess everybody can go. Just go to the USCIS. USCIS. Well, not that you want to help her, probably not, but .gov. It has to be .gov. There, and then she can fill out the form, and then she can get that renewed. By the way, once you have a green card, you don't have to wait 5 years to apply for citizenship. You can apply for citizenship from any country. I can be in Honduras and apply for citizenship. Now, it takes decades, 5, 10 years, sometimes even longer, but I never have to come to the United States. I do have to, however, provide documentation that I can sustain myself, I can take care of myself. And check this out. One of the requirements is that we prove that we're not going to come to this country to be dependent on welfare. That is one of the things. You don't come to this country to be on welfare. Let's see. Lisa says, Travis, are you a Chinese operative? Travis, how bad are you? What are you saying? When is I going to kick down your door, Dennis? There's no need for it. There's no need for them to kick down my door. People that think that's how retarded people are sometimes. They think that ICE agents go out door to door for no reason, just grabbing people with accents. Yes, I know that is one of the signs that they look for to identify people, but they still have to match the identification of the person. It's not just the accent. The accent is a hint that they're not American-born, that they are migrants. Whether they're illegal or not, they just have to prove that they are here legally. That's it. It's not a big deal. Let's see. Seems like the later the hour gets, the nastier these trolls get. Absolutely. But you know what, Brian? DJ has... no, who has... Let me see. Who was this? Mr. Chaz. Mrs. Chaz has subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. I was hoping that I get to 17,000 this weekend, but it's not going to happen because you guys know that I just got back from Honduras. We really should be about 18,000 subscribers right now, I think. But it's okay. We can be patient. We can be patient with it. That's why bars have bouncers. Yeah, absolutely. And what do they have to show to be able to get into these bars? That's right. An ID, a legal ID. Oh, man, I can't believe it. It's already 12:30 here, so I know that it's 3:30 in the morning Eastern time. Now, I know that in Hawaii it's still only 9:30, but I am not in Hawaii time. I am in Washington State time. You know, I was really hopeful for that guy, what's his name, Lord Crimson, that was here because he lives in Everett, and it's very unfortunate that he thinks like a Democrat. And, you know, and I'm not talking about like real Democrats. He thinks like one of those loony Democrats. The only reason why I say that, and you know, maybe he's probably still listening, hiding behind closed doors. But if he supports Washington State being safe, anybody that wants their state to be safe, they will support ID to vote. Thank you, sis. 12:30 says WW2, World War II is what I try to call you, but I always say 23-448. I don't know why I have to say the whole thing. Eric, Link, La Ceiba, and Roatan. Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean, Eric? Did somebody ask you a question? Let's go, Eric. La Ceiba, Roatan. Honduras, huh? That's my country. And Roatan is my favorite, one of my favorites. Unfortunately, this time that I went down there, I couldn't go for two reasons. One of them was money, but I still could have gone. But I found that there was a lot of, I don't know what it's called, but it's like some sort of seaweed that came from the ocean, and it just destroyed the whole beach, the whole sand. It was like up to here, and the whole beautiful sandy beach on Roatan was covered with it. And so I'm sure they're still cleaning it up as we speak. Maybe they finished already, who knows? But they tried to clean it up, and it was just a big hassle. So I was like, you know what? That's okay. I'll just wait until next time that I go down there. Tomorrow, Saturday. I hope you guys had a wonderful Friday night with me. I thank you for joining. Everybody's already gone. Gulf of America, baby. 100%, Janice. That'll be my hat for tomorrow. Remind me, if you come into my live, remind me, where is the Gulf of America hat? And I'm going to put that on. Guys, thank you so much for liking. I really do. I really do appreciate you guys subscribing. For those who become members, thank you so much for that monthly support. Any level will do. You guys know I do this for a living. You can be a member like Brian Reed and be one of my big brothers or sisters. Brian, thank you so much for being with me. You and Rush Babe are the only mods, of course, besides Trinity and Bernie. But everybody else, thank you so much. I hope that tonight was insightful in some way. Thank you, Lisa. Have a wonderful night. And if God willing, I will see you guys tomorrow. If I can't sleep, I'll be on in the morning. But I really need to get some rest. This trip is still killing me. Sis, have a good night, WW2. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your kind words. Hey, guys, thank you for commenting on my videos, on my shorts. You guys are phenomenal. I appreciate you all. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. And let's continue fighting these horrible people that don't love our country.